Good morning. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. My name's ClassyKatie, and I misplaced my extension cord for my headphones. I'm kind of like, where the fuck is it? Uno momento. Just pretend none of this. Ah, just kidding. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. Oh, give me one sec. I don't know why I took this off. I think my audio was being weird. Good morning, everybody, and how the fuck are you? Ugh. Extension. See that audio. Yeah. Okay, please sound right. Please sound okay. Please sound okay. Hair's very floofy today. Good morning, Pyro. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's? I use that meme, like that joke a lot. I hope no one thinks I'm making fun of the transgendered person. I'm making fun of their outburst. Anybody can be ridiculous. Doesn't matter what your uh whatever you want to call it, your pronoun is. Everybody can be ridiculous. I use it all. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's? Good morning, everyone. I had to clean my bong this morning. It's like cleaned as it could get without cleaner because I don't have any cleaner yet, but I couldn't find my bowl, so I had to go clean a bowl really quick. I apologize. I just misplaced it somewhere. Good morning. I will cheers in a minute. I gotta pack a bowl and shit because I have like a brand new clean ass bowl. Hold up. My cord's tight. Don't be tight. Let's do this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened to my bowl. It was like half packed. It's somewhere in the house. I love curly fries. I love fries. Potato foods in general. Like, how do you beat a potato food? I don't know how you do it. I don't know if it's possible. Something's different. What did you do? Um, I moved the tarantula cage that was right there. Or is it me? I moved the tarantula cage. I fed all my tarantulas and I went through and I cataloged all of them and counted them again because I lost a few. I didn't pin my hair back. Yeah, my hair is like really clean and floof. So maybe this is it. Maybe it's the hair. The hair can throw people off. It's so I took a shower last night and then just slept on wet hair. And if anybody knows how that goes, I got some fluffy hair now. It might be that I could pin it back. I don't know. Is something different? You guys tell me. I don't know. Maybe. I just moved some tarantula cages because I'm building a new one, which is right here. I'm building that right now. I build cages for a hobby. It's a thing. Ooh, the roots. I know. So my roots are growing out and my hair's black. Like, my hair's like the one step up from black that is brown, but is basically black. And they're turning like greenish. I kind of dig it. Like the blue is like fading into the brown and turning green. I'm not. No, it's cool. Let me know when you figure it out. I don't. I just show up and hope for the best, man. I'm along for the ride. I'm only here so I don't get sued. How many? I still have like 50. So I only lost a couple, and it's because they were male. For those of you who don't know anything about spiders or tarantulas, if they are a boy, they don't live at all. They just die. It's very sad. I hate it. I have 3 boys right now, and it's basically just the waiting game. Like, when are they gonna kick it? Because they won't eat, they won't drink, they won't do anything. They just want to fuck. I'm only here so I don't get sued. It's fine or fined. Excuse me. This is an Arby's or ma'am. This is a Wendy's. Come first. Oh man, I don't know. I don't remember. That's a good question. Oh god, I'm hitting the space bar on my computer. Stop it. This is my giant ass. You can't see it because of the lighting, but this is how I catalog all my spiders and how when I fed them. But I'll count them for you. The tarantulas. So I have 2, 4, 8, 9, 10, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. I have exactly 50 tarantulas. It not including the mysteries. I have 3 tarantulas that I got as part of a mystery pack. So technically I have 53, but I have no idea what they are. They're alive. That's all I've got. So I have exactly 50, and then I have 2 black widows and 3 Erisys wild canaries. One of them might be an Erisys squarini, but I don't know. Those are the velvet spiders. Hi, penis. How are you? Yes, they're really little black dress. Seriously, it's really weird. So like, it's impossible. I mean, it's not impossible. It's impossible to like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, confirm the sex of a tarantula before they have their final mature sexual molt. People guess. People will like make guesses because boys tend to be smaller and they grow a little bit faster. Da 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 da. But until they make their mature molt, which means like up until the male molts and then I can see physically it's a male, you have no idea it's going to be a male. There's like no idea. And so then they molt and they come out of their burrows and they've got like pedipalps with fists and shit and they look like a male and I'm like, God fucking damn it. Fuck. Is my white balance off? Maybe that's it. Maybe my lighting's weird. Let's fuck with it. It could be. When I turned it on this morning, like it was fucked again. I don't know what's like. Zach says the same thing happens to him though, and he's got the Elgato, this camera, the Elgato. What is it? Face cam, the Elgato face cam. He's got that too, and he says he has the same problems. Like it's just sometimes it just acts weird. Let's see. I could do auto white balance. What's that gonna do? Makes me really gray. Let's not with auto white balance. Whoa. Um, let's see. I don't know what to touch. Did it get better at all? Geckos are doing great. They're kind of so geckos aren't they're not very exciting in the wintertime because it's cold. So they're kind of they do this thing it's called torpor, where they're kind of in like a dormant state, but they still get up during the day and eat and stuff. But they don't do much. Like they basically sleep all 24 hours a day because it's just too cold. And granted, it's not freezing in my house. I keep it above 7. I keep it at like 69, 70, just for my animals, really. But they basically kind of go like a little bit dormant. Same with my snakes. They eat, sleep. Yeah, they just it's cold-blooded reptile, cold-blooded animals. So the main difference between a cold-blooded animal and a warm-blooded animal, i.e., a reptile or a mammal, is you and I, we actually use the nutrients that we consume to create heat. Our body creates its own, it does thermogenesis and creates heat, whereas reptiles do not. They actually require heat to digest. So, like, if you feed a snake, but it has no heat source, it has no light on it, and you're just keeping it in a box, it will literally die because the rat will just rot inside of it. It won't digest. It's crazy. Dude, I'm saying, Ashley, you might be a crested gecko. Same reason why iguanas fall out of the trees, exactly, except that geckos have like sticky feet, so they don't fall. Wait, what's with Nazis? What happened? Wait, what? Ew. Why are we talking about Nazis? What happened? We were talking about spiders and lizards and Nazis suddenly? Okay. But yeah, that's how many tarantulas I have. I can list them for you if you want to know the names, but it's just a whole bunch of Latin jargon that really doesn't mean anything. I mean, it means stuff to me, but to you, you'd just be like, what? I'm mostly impressed that I was able to memorize almost every single tarantula I had by memory, like just the names. A couple I had to look up the spellings, but I was pretty impressed with myself. But yeah, 50 tarantulas, 3 unknowns, and 5 spiders, and 1 scorpion. I still have 1. What the fuck? Oh, man. Did you do that? Did I do that? Thank you. I'm not going to open that for a while. The Nazis in Florida. Someone posted a video in your Discord. Oh, God. What? Wait, 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 wait. What happened? Does my light look better, Kill? Or anybody? Does it look better? That's what I was fucking with. I have the program open still. I was going to fuck with it more, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Does it look better? I don't know. I hope so. I didn't do anything. It's all the same. Doesn't make any sense that it changes. Anyways, word, please work. Oh, thank you. Well, I mean, it could be the software though. Like, I want to be like mostly what's the word? Consistent mostly. I mean, my makeup changes and shit, but like I don't wear skin makeup. So my skin should literally never change. I don't wear anything but moisturizer on my face. So it'd be one thing if I wore makeup, I'd be like, "Oh, the light's being weird on my." No, I don't wear any. This is just my skin. It's my skin every day. So it's weird that it changes. Hail, oh, Meebo.
Hail the Tank Lord, motherfucker.
Not right now, bub. I just started. Sorry. Don't. Thank you. I love you. I love my dogs. They're just they have to have boundaries. We have to have some boundaries. Okay, I'm getting into the Discord. Where did you put it in the Discord? Where is it? Oh my god, there's an American McGee Alice show coming out? Stop it. I didn't see that in Discord. Okay, anyways. Sorry. Just distracted. Oh, can I watch this? It's MSNBC probably, right? It's news. We don't get in trouble for watching the news. Katsumo, do you like my hair? I did it myself. Boundaries are very important, and these dogs are with me 24/7. There's no more time than 24/7. They're literally in my presence 24/7. So when I'm not working, like obviously I let them like crawl under my desk and do whatever they want. But when I'm working, again, it's so weird to say this is working. They do have to have boundaries because they will unplug shit. They're so big. My dogs are standard poodles, and their tails and shit will go under my desk and just start unplugging things. It's terrible. Hello, Fluffy. How are you? Thank you. I did it myself. First time ever in my life bleaching my own hair. I was pretty damn proud it didn't fall out. That's all I was proud of. I never that's like been my one, like the one thing. I'll pierce my own skin, I'll tattoo myself, I've done many things. Don't be me. But for some reason bleaching my hair was like, oh, absolutely not. I just won't go because I thought I'd melt it off, but I didn't. So I'm good. I'm gonna pack a bowl now that my bowl's dry. Oh, Zelda, where's my water? This would have been a bad day. Oh, oh, I want your Sphinx cat so bad though. I'm so jealous. So jealous. How are you, Zelda? I'm low on weed, but not well, I don't know. I'm not like 100% out. I've got a little bit left, so we're not destitute, but I'm low. I just haven't gone out. One of these has weed in it. Or spiders. I can't wait for someone to break into my house and try to steal my weed. Because they're gonna be shocked. There's so many weed pots on my desk that just are full of spider molts. Oh god. Alright. I'm grinding up my last bud. Let's go. How are you guys today? I hope you had a wonderful Monday. I did go through, so if you were around on Thursday, I asked my friend Mickey, who was in chat. He's a mycologist. He studies funguses and mildews and all the fungi. He's a fun guy. Oh, and I asked him because one of my tarantula enclosures had fucking mold, like a white mold. Sounds bad, but it literally looked like mold that was on bread, like growing on the dirt on part of their enclosure. And tarantulas are like arid creatures. There's nothing in there to mold. There's no moisture. That, and I live in Denver where we're like negative humidity most of the time. And so I asked Mickey, and Mickey said it can't grow on the spider, but the spores that it releases, the spider can breathe and it can hurt the spider because tarantulas have an interesting way of breathing. They don't have a respiratory system like you and I, a one way where it's breathe in, breathe out. They have more like a system like gills on their stomach called book lungs. And so they just passively breathe whatever's in their area. So they don't have a choice. And if the mold's on the ground and they're dragging their book lungs across the ground, I can't even imagine. I don't want to breathe mold. Even if it's not bad for me, like I don't want to do it. So I spent all Friday literally changing, like I emptied all 50 plus tarantula enclosures, sanitized every single one with oh god, where's that spray? I have this spray that's specifically for terrariums, so it's non-toxic, but it still removes mold and shit. Not on my desk. But I spent literally like 18 hours dumping and sterilizing and buying new dirt and making new enclosures for every single tarantula I own because I got really, because once mold is in one, like they all are next to each other, it can spread like just in the air. I was so fucking tired by the end of that day. Like, holy shit. So much just getting up, sitting down, getting up, sitting down, getting up, sitting down, getting up, sitting down all fucking day. I was so tired, but now they all look great. So, oh well. What do you do? Happy Chinese Lunar Year. Did you get lots of money? Can you smoke a spider mold though? I would not want to just because what if the hairs got in your lungs? I've gotten spider hairs like on my hand and they itch like a dick. Like they are so itchy. I actually have I have a really cool thing I wanted to show you guys. It's in my kitchen. I rehoused this was a bit ago, not on Thursday. I rehoused Nemo, my Ephebopus cyanognathus. See, these Latin words, they mean nothing to you. They mean things to me, but they mean nothing to you. Common name is the blue fang tarantula. But I rehoused Nemo and I like when I was pulling all the dirt out, literally the web tunnel that this spider had made into the dirt just came out like a fucking condom. Like they're so strong. It's insane. Rod, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Penis. Not as only Chinese New Year, the Lunar New Year, but it was his birthday a few days ago. Thank you so much for gifting Penis a sub. Where do you put the spooter when you're doing the enclosure work like that? I just keep them in a deli cup. I clean my desk every day because I'm neurotic, so I don't have anything here. Basically, it looks like this. I keep these things that I buy the worms and stuff in. I empty them out and clean them, and I keep them. And this is what I use. So you scoop the tarantula up into this and with a paintbrush, and then just keep it in this while you're doing the enclosure, and then just put them back. It's the safest thing to do, honestly. Handle it. You guys know my opinion on handling spiders. It's just not safe. It's not safe. It's not smart. They don't like it. I don't know why anyone would like it. A bug crawling on your skin. Sure. I like to pet things, but that's just me. It's a web condom. Let me go grab it. Seriously, it's so cool looking. Like spider webbing is so dumb strong. It's sick. Speaking of, oh my god, I forgot to tell you guys this on Thursday or Saturday or whatever the last day was we streamed. Sunday? I don't even know anymore. What day is it? I forgot to tell you guys this. Jonathan Van Ness has a new show on Netflix, and it's just him, and it's him going around just discovering fun things, like learning things. And the very first episode is literally learning to love bugs. I'm not shitting you. He touches a black widow web. Like he puts his hand within a centimeter of a live black widow and touches the web. I was so fucking proud of him. Not many people will do that. Not many people who have a true spider fear can even go near something like that. And he held a tarantula. I was so just like, I'm so happy that he did something like that because you guys know me. I don't think it's fair that we kill things just because we're afraid of them. It's kind of a bizarre, like, mentality that only humans carry around. I love deli containers too. I literally have like hundreds of them from buying insects and spiders and stuff. I have a whole crate full of them. They're so like useful. I actually used one in this new enclosure I'm making for one of my geckos. I used it as water bowl. But let me go grab this condom. I'm gonna put gloves on though because this is where I was going with this. So tarantulas, they are hairy, right? Most of you, Lavoshka knows this. Everybody knows this. Tarantulas are hairy. New World tarantulas, so tarantulas that are from the Americas, like hail from South America or North America. Their one defense mechanism, because there is no deadly tarantula in the world to a human, like they don't have strong venom at all. It's usually less than a bee sting. Is to kick the hairs off of their abdomen into the air and hope you inhale them and then you don't want to eat them because you're like, ow. It's kind of like inhaling like insulation. If you've ever touched the pink furry shit in your walls and it gets, god damn it, I'm trying to get a glove out of its box. Jesus Christ. Um, it's like microscopic slivers, and so I have to wear gloves when I do their enclosures because their hair is just in the dirt. It's everywhere. Like they kick hair all the time. If you guys follow I have a spider Instagram. It's ClassyKatie, but it's spelled KLAASI Katie. It's just dedicated to my spiders and my animals because lots of people are arachnophobic, and I respect that. Um, there's a shit ton of pictures on there of my tarantula's butts because the way that they use their legs to kick the hairs off their butt, almost every tarantula will have a perfect heart on their abdomen, just a shiny ass heart. And it's just the shine from where they've been kicking the hairs off because they feel threatened by you. I could pull a tarantula out and literally show you some of my tarantulas that never stop kicking hairs. They look like they're dying. They look like they have mange. Like they just look bad, but they're just anxious. Oh, monkey, thank you. It was I asked Zach for colors and he said fuchsia and teal. And I did that and they kind of blended into like this grayish purple. I liked it though. It's pretty. But yeah, I put gloves on because I just don't want to get the hairs in my on my hands and in my eyes. But I'm gonna go grab this condom thing and show you guys because it's really cool. And it's just so strong. Like it's you'd be amazed. Like I know everybody here has ridden their bike or walked through a spider web in the woods, and that shit is just like nothing. Like it just feels sticky and gross on your skin, but you can rip through it and it's nothing. This stuff you need a knife to cut. That's how thick it is. It's crazy strong. Give me one sec. So unfortunately, I think Zach might have thrown it away on accident, which is totally fine because it definitely looks like garbage. But I figured I'd just show you what the spider does so you guys know what I'm talking about. Because now I feel like I cock teased you. So you're not going to see a spider. This is a fossorial tarantula, which means they live under the ground. So the chances of you seeing a spider are slim to none. So don't freak out. It's just a hole in the ground. Oh, there's 7 types. No shit. Dude, I totally believe that because, I mean, I could go on forever, but my velvet spiders by far have the weirdest webbing. It's like, I mean, you can just Google it. A velvet spider's web. They spin pink, fluffy cotton out of their ass. It's incredible. Their webs are pink and fluffy. It's so weird. So different from anything else I own. So this is Nemo's new enclosure. You get to see Nemo's new enclosure, which is cool. Excuse me. Boop, 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 boop. So, for those of you wondering, no, tarantulas don't give a fuck what you do to their enclosure. They're gonna dig a hole and live in it. I make them pretty for me, because I have to look at them. And fossorial tarantulas, like I said, the vast majority of the time you're never gonna see your tarantulas, so you might as well make an enclosure you want to look at. This is Nemo, and the reason his name is Nemo is because when I received him as a itty bitty baby sling, he only had 7 legs. Literally, he was just completely lacking one leg, and it took him 2 molts for that leg to grow back. But he did grow the leg back, but I still kept him Nemo. But because his name is Nemo, I made it like a pirate theme, kind of like the Nautilus, whatever. I don't know. The Leagues Under the Sea, but that See that hole? He made that. I don't do this. No spider warning. Yeah, I mean, spider warning, but highly unlikely. This is a tarantula who is very scared of people and does not come out of the ground. Like, he's not going to come out. I fed him yesterday and the day before, so you're absolutely not going to see this spider. Like, no. But that's where she lives. She. I don't know yet. But he makes that. Like, that was that tube. I don't know if you can see that full tube that they've made, that she has made right there. They make that. It's crazy. And then this entire enclosure, he's already dug to the bottom. You can see like empty spots at the bottom right there. He's already dug down there and he's only lived in here for less than a week, which is kind of cool. This is less than a week. And the spider made that, but I thought that was pretty dope. But yeah, that's the enclosure, and that's the thing I'm talking about. So in the other enclosure, the little one, when I pulled that out, the whole thing came out like one big spiderweb dick. Like, it just doesn't rip. It's crazy. Oh yeah, they can babies can absolutely regrow legs. Yes. Adults not so much. Sadly. Oh, that's not a spider. That's a jewel. It's like a tarantula earring that, look how big it is. It's huge. Someone got it for me, but I use them as enclosure cuz I'm never. First off, I have gauges, so I'm never going to wear earrings, but that's huge. Are you kidding me? But, you know, once you tell your family you like spiders, you're pretty much going to get spider-themed things the rest of your life. But yeah, that's where little, and sometimes like literally he does come out at nighttime, and when I shine a light on it, I can see his blue fangs because that's what's really cool about this breed. They're called a blue-fanged tarantula because their fangs are like highlighter blue. They're so pretty. Oh, Lilith. Yeah, I was showing everyone just the cool web. Spiderweb dick was not part of today's dictionary expectations. Oh my god. That's beautiful. It's completely silk. So, what they do is they make something called dirt curtains, where they web up the wall. Like, he'll make this tunnel, and then the spider will actually push dirt into the webbing to make it more of a solid thing. And they'll just keep going. I have another one I can show you actually that's much bigger. You won't see the spider again. I have like Arboreal tarantulas are some of the prettiest tarantulas in the whole fucking world, but you'll never ever see them. It sucks. This is your tarantula. How do they mate if they live in a hole? Oh God. So Lavoshka, this is crazy. This is such a good question. So Lavoshka asked, what how do they mate if they just live in a hole their whole life? Which is a really, really good question because the next one I'm about to show you, she literally will dig a hole 7 meters into the ground and never come out. And I'm gonna go grab her and then I'll tell you how they fuck. Give me one sec. Bye, Nemo. This one's super dusty on top. Please don't judge. I live in the desert. Dusty place, my dudes. Hi, Sammy. How are you, love? Oh my god, all my aunts wear those dangly ass earrings, and they. This is okay. I have to take a minute. Hold up. So all of my aunts are like glamorous women. Like, they wear huge costume jewelry and drown in makeup, and they wear Chanel and like clothes, and they have nice handbags. Like, all of my aunts are very women. Like, they are just glam women. And they have their whole life they wear these heavy fucking earrings that like drag their ears down, and they've all every single one of them, their earlobes are like like easily an inch longer than they should be, and the hole where the earring sits is like a slit in their ear. But they'll come at me about my gauges. They'll be like, well, what's that gonna look like when you're old? Is that gonna be gross? And I'm like, have you checked your own saggy fucking earlobe labias lately, bitch? Don't talk to me about my ears. Anyways, this is Persephone. Hello, Cake, my love. How are you? Oh my god, Lilith. They're like the amount of species that we don't know about in the insect world in general as a whole, like bugs, like spiders, insects, all of the above, we don't know a fraction of what's out there. It's crazy. The only reason we feel comfortable saying there's no deadly tarantulas is in general tarantulas tend to be very big, so it's hard to not find them. Like we're still discovering tarantulas all the time, but we even with still discovering them, it's not like we're discovering brand new species. We're basically it's species we've found before that we are what's the word taxonomying. We thought they were the same species and now we're being like, oh no, they're not, we're separating them. We're being like, oh, the genetics are different or so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Just trying to clean the lid off. You see that fucking hole right there? So this is Persephone. She is named that because she is the queen of the underground. She never comes out ever. However, she's my prettiest tarantula I fucking own, which is mildly infuriating, but whatever. Fossorial tarantulas. So, boop. This is Persephone's hole. Persephone is an she's a, Ornithoctinae ariotibialis, also known as a Thailand golden fringe, because her legs are lined in golden fringes of hair, and they're absolutely stunning. That's the shape size difference, just to give you guys. She's big tarantula. But this is the species that lives in Thailand. It's a Thailand golden fringe. She would literally, in nature, she would dig a 7-meter burrow and live at the very fucking bottom of it and just wait for food to fall into her hole. That's all she does her entire life. But she's so pretty. Like, if you can Google her, she's one of the most gorgeous tarantulas in the world. So what Lavoshka asked was, how do they breed if they're fucking living in holes their whole life? Which is a really, really good question. So, let me close her up just in case she decides to come out. Oh, is that a leg? Did she come out to say hello? No way. She never comes out. Even when I feed her, she just waits. Yeah, I build all of them. Oh yeah, I'm big into it. I love building terrariums. It's kind of a weird hobby. I'm actually building one over here right now. Hold on, let me turn the camera. This one is going to be, this is like the glass. The lighting's fucking up. This is the other side of the glass. This is going to be for one of my geckos. I'm making like I'll show it to you in a minute. It's dark crystal themed. Pretty cool. Okay. Mating. So, when tarantulas are born, they are impossible to sex. We have no idea what they are. They all look the same. They're essentially we call them eggs with legs because they don't necessarily hatch out of an egg. Literally, it's like the egg grows legs. The legs just go boop and pop out of the egg, and suddenly it's a little spider crawling around. And with tarantulas, we're talking strictly tarantulas here. Spiders can be a little bit different, but in general, it's pretty much the same rule when we're talking the gender specifications. And just want to throw this out there. I don't like gendered language, and I don't think it applies to human beings. I'm using it because we're talking about mating tarantulas, just so everyone knows. So when they're born, you have no idea. Depending on the species, and it's just the length of life, really. It elongates the process I'm about to explain. So, this tarantula, she'll live for about 15 years. This is a confirmed female. She is not a male. She's confirmed female. She'll live for about 15 years. Azula, who is this orange, you see that orange spot right there? That's her golf ball. She's actually sitting on it. You can't see her. She will live about 30 years, and she is also a confirmed female, meaning someone took her molt and looked in the molt to see if she had a flap for where her lady parts are. So what happens is when a tarantula that is a male reaches maturity, sexual maturity, meaning they can now mate, they will molt and come out looking different than they were before. So before they hit their sexual maturity molt, all tarantulas look pretty much the same. Boys can be a little bit smaller, so on and so forth. Everybody has theories, but not really. It doesn't. They pretty much look exactly the same. And then once a boy reaches sexual maturity, which usually occurs within 1 to 2 years of birth, up to 5, depending on the species. Again, like Azula, that the male could take 5 years to be a mature male. So what happens is when they molt out, they come out a little bit different. So tarantulas have 8 legs, and then they have pedipalps. They have 2 little arms next to their fangs that they usually literally use like arms. They'll dig with them, move dirt around, whatever. And the pedipalps of the mature male will now have like a fist. They literally look like boxing gloves. So if you've ever seen a spider crawling around your house and you were like, look at those giant fangs, those were boxing gloves. That was a sex crazed male about to die, and you're an evil person. How dare you? They're literally boxing gloves. And what the male does is once he's a mature male and he is ready to get down in his burrow, because all spiders will burrow, or, depending on if it's a tree spider, ground spider, whatever. They'll make their home, live in it. And then once he's a mature male and he pops out with his little fists, and also on his front leg, not the pedipalps, the leg, there will be what's called a tibial hook on his second joint of his leg. Literally a hook. And that hook is to keep the female off of him while he's trying to mate so she doesn't eat him. I'm not kidding you. So what he'll do is once he's a mature male, he'll spin a web all over the ground, the floor of his enclosure, of his burrow, and it's called a sperm web. And it's special. It's really thick. It's not porous. It's not meant to, sense vibrations. It's meant to come all over. I don't know how this happens. Spiders don't have a dick, so I still to this day I think he just like comes. I don't know. But then what he does is he takes those punching glove pedipalps of his and he coats them in his own semen. Like he just sits there and punches his own little web a ton. And then he leaves his burrow never to return and wanders aimlessly in search of a female. Literally. Usually what happens is he'll stumble upon the burrow of a female. She'll think he's food and she'll eat him. But if he's lucky, she won't eat him, and he's able to hold her legs back. Literally, he like takes his tibial hooks, jacks her legs up in the air, and then female tarantulas on their abdomen, so like the butt part, the big fat part of their ass, the females have like this little pouch, and he just fucking fists her pouch a whole bunch. Like literally, he holds her up, jacks her up with his tibial hooks, and then he takes his little pedipalps and he just punches the fuck out of her belly over and over until she says no more, and then she'll either eat him or leave. And so that's how they mate. And the problem is that people think tarantulas are out to get them all the time. And so in the fall, all of these male tarantulas go searching for a mate, and dumb humans think they're migrating or something ridiculous like that, and they kill them all. It's crazy. I've seen it here. Like, I've never lived in a desert before, but it's pretty prevalent here. People think they're like, I just don't know where this comes from. But yeah, that's what happens. So, like, for instance, I have 3 mature male tarantulas. I have more than that, but a couple of them aren't mature yet. I bought them as males because I'm going to breed them, blah, blah, blah. A mature male spider will not eat, will not drink, will not hunt. It just lives to fuck. And it's so sad because now I have 3 tarantulas I just have to wait to die. Or I'm trying. I've been all over the internet trying to find someone who wants some. Like, I'd send them to somebody, honestly. If someone had a female of either of those species and they wanted them, I'd send them to them free. Because it's just like, they're just going to die. Like, they don't live very long. Once you're a mature male, you're pretty much going to live about a year and then you're done for. You're going to die or be eaten. Did that answer your question? That was like a whole lot of information, I know, but I'm such a why person. I always try to explain the why. Did it? Okay, good. Yeah, that's what happens. So like I could show you my male tarantulas, they don't make a home. It's really weird. They don't spin a nice home. They don't dig a nice hole. They just like run around frantically in their enclosure every time I come near. And that's it. Like they won't eat. It's so sad. I hate it. I hate males. Male tarantulas. I don't like them. About the gloves. Ooh, I was wearing gloves because long story short, keep myself safe. Tarantulas, New World tarantulas, so tarantulas that hail from the Americas, either South America or North America, their defense mechanism is to kick the hairs off of their abdomen or their legs into the air and try to choke you out so you'll go away. That's their one defense mechanism. And unfortunately, it itches like a bitch. And so anytime I fuck with my tarantulas, like I'm going to put my hands in their enclosure and touch anything in there, I always wear gloves because you're going to get the little hairs on your hands, and then you're going to touch your eyes and your penis and your butthole, and now you've got tarantula hairs in all the places you don't want them. Source, I had them in my eyes once. It was a horrific time. It's like getting insulation in your eyes or something. It's just bad. So it's literally sometime. So I honestly, I don't think they do. I don't think they eat. They drink for sure. My male tarantulas will definitely drink water, but I've had one male tarantula now for about 6 months. He has not eaten, and he's definitely out and about, crawling around, being a psychopath. And now I have two more males, and neither of them have eaten since they've molted out male. I hate it. It's so sad. Do they recognize you somehow? I don't think spiders recognize me personally. However, because I do have them literally all around me, like I have tarantulas on my left, I got tarantulas on my right, I got them behind me, they're used to me. So, like any animal's gonna adjust to its environment and what's normal. And I have tarantulas on my desk where I'm pounding my fists and listening to music, and like I've got them next to me. And so they don't recognize me personally, but they're not afraid of me. They don't run when I come near them. Actually, I've got four the Latin name's crazy. It's Dolichothele diamantinensis. That's two words. They're called a Brazilian blue dwarf beauty. They actually come out to get their food. It's crazy. Like they're one of my few spiders. They're real small right now. They're babies. So I have them in enclosures like this. But when I take their enclosures out to feed them, they come out of their burrows and like wait. They're like stoked for it. Like it's interesting. They're all different. I'm so afraid to send a spider in the mail. It's super, super safe these days, honestly. Like, we've pretty much gotten shipping animals down to a fucking science. Thank you for the resub, motherfucking Reverend Puck and Mickey. Hail the Dank Lords. How are you? Is it okay for a teenager to own a spider? Abso-fucking-lutely. I personally think a tarantula is the best first pet you could ever get someone ever. Because as long as you aren't trying to hold it, it's pretty hard to kill a tarantula. Like, really hard to kill a tarantula. Most of the time, the less you pay attention to them, the better. Like, if you forget about one for a while, it's probably going to triple in size and be doing great, you know? They're just an insanely easy pet to take care of. I really like them because as a streamer, normally when COVID's not raging the world, I'm traveling constantly for cons and stuff, and I can leave these guys for 2 weeks and they're fine. I don't have to feed or water them. They'd be totally fine. In fact, probably thrilled to not be touched by me for 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're crazy easy. I highly, like, you'll see a million people on YouTube holding tarantulas, saying you can hold them, all this stuff. I just highly discourage it. Don't touch your tarantulas. They don't want it. They don't like it. They are a single cellular organism. Like, you and I have a brain made of hundreds of millions of thousands of neurons and axons and all these sorts. They have one nerve, like one. That's their brain. You know? Lilith, maybe. But they're so fragile. Like, that's the only reason I could see a kid hurting the tarantula is dropping it. They pop like a fragile water balloon. So, like, for instance, if I had my enclosure right here and this was a tarantula that I knew likes to crawl out of its enclosure, I would not do this because chances are it could bust out of the enclosure, fall on the ground, and die. That's all it takes. A couple inches. But they're not durable. Granted, arboreal tarantulas tend to be a little bit more hardy because they're arboreal. They live in the trees, so they fall inevitably sometimes. But most tarantulas are super fragile. That's why they dig these 7-meter holes to live in their entire existence. They know they're fragile. They know they're gonna get stepped on. Like, I know, a poor little ganglia, I'm saying. I killed a cactus through underwatering. How even? That's crazy. What kind of cactus? Take your joy, everyone. The joy alert, I still haven't figured out how to get it to work via stream elements, but I'm trying. Take your fucking joy. Trying to catch up on chat, guys. Sorry. I talk too much.
Come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer underscore 419 tipped $5. CK, my latest kink is that I want someone to blow their nose in my ear, then suck out the mixture of the earwax and snot from my ear with their mouth before feeding it to me like a bird or spitting it in my puss next to the nuke-powered Furby spiders you.
Oh no. Oh, holy hell fuck. Zoe just reached a new level. What? Oh, have I ever seen the largest earthworms in the world? Yes, I have. They are horrifying for some reason. Do the females carry the babies? No, not in tarantulas. They do, however, carry the egg sac around. They'll usually carry the egg sac around until the babies are born, but no, they don't normally. Like a wolf spider carries its babies on its back. They normally won't. Ooh, you gotta do a pulmonary test? Oh my god, why? What kind? What kind of pulmonary? Like in the box? Koto, they're a great first pet. Honestly, like if you wanted to get your daughter one, I would suggest like oh my god, Rod and Fo are flirting again. Um I would get like a vicularia, a pink toe. Like a pink toe tarantula. They're arboreal for one thing, so they're mildly more hardy. They don't live 30 years, they live about 15 at max, the females, which is great. But also, they tend to be out all the time. I would say easily 80% of the spiders I own are hidden their entire existence until I feed them. Like, I really don't see many of my spiders often. But the avicularias, the pink toes, they don't give a fuck. They're out all the time. They spin their webs on the top of the enclosure and they're just there. Like, they're daylight spiders. Whereas most spiders are really sensitive to daylight, so they don't want to be out. So it'd be like just a much cooler spider to own because you just see it a lot more. I have a big one and I have a small one. If you'd like to see them, I can show them to you. But I know there's probably people in chat afraid of spiders. I don't want to scare anybody. I'd have said OBJ just to be a dick. Ow! Oh, Lil like borderline broke my nose again, my dudes. I can't headbutt my desk. She, not on purpose, but she flung her skull into the bridge of my nose, like right the hard spot right there, and it's just it feels like I've got a pimple. Like when you're getting like a big old pimple under the skin and the whole area just hurts. That's how my nose feels today. It's great. OBT, honestly, OBTs are really easy to take care of. I think an OBT is a great first tarantula as long the only issue is when you have to rehouse it. OBTs are easy. I mean, honestly, I have more problems with many of my spiders than my OBTs. Like, OBTs don't freak me out. I don't know why. Maybe it's just me. I think they're really easy. I've got two, and I got both of them for free because if those of you don't know what tarantula world, the OBT, the orange baboon tarantula, or more fondly known as the orange bitey thing, is notoriously the most defensive tarantula. Tarantulas cannot be aggressive because aggression implies thought, and they, as we've covered, they have one cell for a brain, a ganglia. So there is no emotional like anger. It's defensive. So when they feel unsafe, mine always are just like chill as fuck. They just like live in their burrows, eat their food, don't do shit. Like I've never even gotten a threat pose from any of my OBTs. I did get a threat pose from one of my spiders though. Who was it? Oh, it was the one that just turned male, the fuckhead, the Chilobrachys fimbriatus, the Indian violet tree spider. It's a tarantula, but they call it a tree spider, whatever. That one threat posed the fuck out of me when I rehoused it, but that was it. Like my OBTs are just like boring. They just hide all the time. Dude, I'm Saronlin. It's like imagine someone throwing a bowling ball at your face. That's what it feels like when Lilith headbutts me. It's so bad. Like I literally for a while I was like, did she fucking break my nose? I'm gonna have a black eye. And they're just thick. They don't do it on purpose. Oh, let go and the dog. Oh, the dog smacked my nose so hard. I really thought Lavoshka, seriously, like it's so tender and it's swollen and bluish. I can see it. You guys can't see it because of the lighting, but my nose is like grayish right here. Owie. The orange bitey thing, yeah. Gotta love them. I love the nubbin. Oh my god, Cake, I'm not even kidding you. On Link, my old golden retriever, rest in peace, the perfect soul. I used to sit there and just like rub it. Like I'd sit there and just like pinch the nubbin, the weird little his little dorsal fin on his head. I did it all the time. Because I want to time out Gizmo Daddy so he can use the time to use his spiderweb Terminator cock to make cummies all over my palpate so we can make Skynet Terminator spider Furbies. Yeah, I agree. Yep. Totally down with that. Which frog? Koto. I have a lot of frogs now. I have Knives the bitch, who was the accidental frog. That was the one I got as a tadpole in a bromeliad plant. He's great. I have a smooth-sided toad, who I don't think we ever named him. I don't know. He's just like he's cute and exists. He lives. He's fine. And then I have like 5 the frogs that were tadpoles. You remember when I raised all those tadpoles? Those guys are up. I think I turned their light off, but they are up here. So I've got these are the whites tree frogs. These are the ones that I raised from tadpoles. And then these 2 enclosures right here are my 2 lychee geckos, Leachianus arachidactylus geckos. And then this is all roaches. And yeah, roaches. That's my bug farm. It's disgusting. Cheaper than buying them though. The song I haven't listened to it yet. I can't get it to play. Like it literally just won't. Nothing. It's silent. It's just silence. Like it opens as a file, even if I try to download it or anything, and it's nothing. Like nothing plays. It acts like there's nothing there, and I don't know why. Mixed spiders sex punching. I'm saying they literally punch each other. It's so weird. If you name a toad after me, Katie, I will not send you any more licorice. Deal. I only own 1 toad, so I think you're safe. Oh my god, what a threat. I need popcorn for this chat. Dude, I love my chat. They're so fucking weird. I love them. On a side note, my bunny has finished his lettuce and is now in a food coma. Oh, I love bunnies. I miss my bunny. For those of you who've been around for the ages, I used to have a little tiny lion head rabbit, and his name was Cinnabon because he was like red, like cinnamon colored. And he was just the sweetest, meanest little dick fart of a rabbit, but I loved him. Yeah, I tried the site and that didn't work. Then I tried the other stuff. Then I just tried like downloading it and shit. You remember my little bun bun? I love geckos too. They're so goofy. Cinnabon was so sweet. The only reason I don't have him, he didn't pass away. Bunnies can live like 25 years, in case anyone's wondering. Rabbits live forever. They're amazing pets though. I've always had a rabbit, except now. This is the only time in my life I haven't had a rabbit, which is weird. I just thought about that actually. Huh. That's really weird. This is the first time in my life I haven't had a rabbit. Literally, I've always had rabbits. I don't know why. I just like them. And this little bunny, when I moved to Baltimore, I was moving in with Brian, and he had Link, the golden retriever, who was very prey driven. And I was like, you know what? It's probably not a great idea if I move in with a rabbit. So one of my coworkers at the hospital, he had kids. He has 3 children, and I was like, I bet they'd love a rabbit. And they send me updates on him all the time. Like, Cinnabon's doing great, and he's fucking spoiled rotten. It's adorable, though. I love it. Yes, a spider will never attack. No. A spider. So, for as little brain cell as they have, and I literally mean they have 1 brain cell, they know enough instinctually as to what size of a creature their venom can take down. That's what they know. So, the only time a spider will ever bite you is if you are literally putting it in mortal danger. You're sitting on it, squishing it, leaning up against it, trapping it somewhere. Even my tarantulas, like when I say threat pose, tarantulas don't even come at you. They flip over on their back. I'm not shitting you. They flip on their back and they start doing this with their fangs and they splay all their arms out really wide, and that's it. That's all a tarantula can do to defend itself. Like, that's it. They lay on their back, expose all their tender parts, and flash fangs. Like, it's hilarious. They have no, like, they know they can't take you down. They know it. Like, and venom takes a lot of energy to create. Like, they have a finite amount, you know. If they use all their venom, they got to make more to eat. So if they dump all their venom into you, which is they know is not going to do anything, there's no point, you know. So they're always going to try to escape you. The only time a spider is ever going to try to crawl up you is if you are the tallest thing in a wide open area, a flat space. Spiders will always go up. Unless it's like a fossorial, then they'll try to bury themselves. But like that's what I see a lot with these tarantulas that are out like trying to get fucked, the males in the fall. Um, they'll run at people because you are shade. If you're standing in the desert, you're the only thing in the desert that creates shade or protection. You've become a tree. And the tarantula, all it sees is shade, protection, tree. Yes, it's going to try to climb you, but there's no aggression in a bug. It's an insect, you know. Well, you know what I mean. It's a bug, for lack of a better general term. It They don't know. Absolutely, Lilith. I think education is the key to making people less afraid. Like, I completely understand that none of you are going to go out and buy a tarantula and hug it and embrace spiders the way I do. But if I can get you to stop squishing them, that's a win for me. Hi, Glat. How are you, love? This shape, it's exactly what it is. And you'll see so many TikToks of people like screaming and crying and killing the tarantula because they're scared of it. And I'm like, first off, you took your camera, your phone, whatever, and you went into the middle of the desert where there's no humans and stood there. What what were you doing? Like what are you doing? What was the purpose? What's the goal here? What are we accomplishing? I mean, Shireen, I'm not here to like, spread bad habits or like convince people to get animals that they shouldn't. However, if you invest in a tarantula and it's a baby, like you buy a sling, it's called a sling, is what we call it, a spiderling, a baby spider. They're going to live in something about this big for the first 5 to 10 years of their life, ish, depending on the species. Um, so if you're like, wow, enclosures and stuff are so much money. This cost me like $5 on Amazon. And this is one of the blue dwarfs. I don't think you can see her. Oh yeah, you can. She's that little fuzzy butt in the back. She's real small. These are babies, and they're a dwarf species, so obviously they're not going to get very big. They get like 2 to 3 inches maybe. Amex boxes. Yep, Amex boxes. I used. I'll show you another one that's stupid cheap. I'm not shitting you. There's a tarantula in here. Like, you really these things. This is a full-grown female tarantula. She's probably already about 8 to 10 years old. Honestly, this tarantula that lives in here, this is what they live in for the first most of their life. Unless you get a species that grows ridiculously fast. I mean, that happens, but this one is these are Salmopaeus. Wait, no, is it Salmopaeus? Salmopaeus irmenias. It's a Venezuelan sun tiger, but they're super, super small, so you can't really see them right now. Oh, he's right. Right there. You see that little orange booty? That's the baby spider. That's how big they are. But this is an arboreal tarantula. They come from Venezuela, obviously. It's a new world, so it's not gonna have like it's gonna have hairs that could kick at me. But I mean, baby tarantulas don't they grow really slow, and the smaller the enclosure, the better. The general rule with spiders and tarantulas that I've learned and followed and has been pretty good for me is that you want 3 times the length of the tarantula and 3 times the height of the tarantula in its enclosure. That's it. Any more than that, and they tend to get lost. They won't eat because they won't use the whole enclosure. They'll pick one corner of it and live there. And if the insect that you're feeding them never goes to that corner, they'll literally starve to death in their enclosure if it's too big. So that's why we size up very gradually with the tarantula, because you want them to feel safe. It's all about feeling safe so you don't get those defensive poses and the kicking of the hairs and, all the ickies. It's all bullshit, yes. Everything you've ever seen about spiders in movies, I would almost lay down. It's all bullshit, yes. Ooh, oh yeah. Did you? Yes, I did. I did. I did not change the enclosures. Oh my gosh. All I did was the dirt. Yes. I was just telling Chad about that, Mickey. I went and bought like 100 pounds of, you know, Terra arachne. It's just like, bug dirt. And I changed the dirt in all 50. Yeah. It was an exhausting Friday, but honestly, I feel better. I feel better just not worrying about it. I don't want to worry about it. Like, I was telling chat, like, even if the mold doesn't hurt them, they have to drag their lungs across it all day. Like, who wants to do that? Nobody. Even arachnophobia. I know. I know. Gin infused cucumber. Your screen name always makes me so thirsty, and I just don't know why. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving a motherfucking anus swings. Use a boat was the highest order. I challenge you to go forth and be consensual in every way. Thank you. John Goodman's not real? For real, though? Oh, Mickey, I'll show you. I was just telling Chad about this. Because I went to the pet store to get the dirt. They actually had a spray that was specifically meant for this. It was like meant for clearing out fungus, but it was, not toxic to the animals. I'll grab it. We actually need to take a break. Let's take a break real quick. Joint break. Stand up, stretch your dicks. I'm gonna go grab this spray to show Mickey just to make sure. But I got one because it's, the fumes wouldn't hurt the animals. Oh God, Rod, thank you. Thank you for reminding me to remod Rod. It's so weird because I have to like unmod him, even though I banned him already. It's very bizarre. Oh my God, where the fuck is my mod button? Oh, there it is. Yeah, unmod mod. It's so bizarre. Twitch is weird. All right, quick break. I'll be right back. Maybe. You'll never know. I'll give you the link. Yeah, it's this is music from the game Bastion. It's beautiful. Yep, you were right, Cake. God, right in my head. Yep. It's amazing. This is just an extended version, so I like to play it when I'm on breaks. Because it's they do all their music, Supergiant, who makes Bastion and Hades and all that, they do all their music in-house. So it's DMCA free. Like, as long as you give credit where credit's due, I can listen to it, which is great. You're very welcome. I mean, their voices. Actually, I really want to play Hades today. Like, so you're gonna get more music. Yay. I've been doing really well. I don't know. Like, literally, the other day I played Hades on stream for a bit, and I was okay. And then I played after stream, and I went and beat Hades, like, quick style. Like, I just whooped him, and I was like, wow, why can't I do that on stream? Jesus. Is it the ending credits? Yeah, the song, so the list that I just put in chat, it's Mother I'm Here, Setting Sail, and Coming Home Extended Edition. Those are 3 different songs that they just all go into each other, though. There's not really, like, if you listen to them separately, they flow into each other really nice. I'm just trying to catch up on chat. Sorry. I can't roll to save my life. Wait, what? Roll? I love libraries. Wait, what are we talking about? What's happening? Book lungs are delicate. Yes, they are. Oh, yes, the cleaner. So this is it. So the active ingredient is dimethyl ammonium chloride and alkyl something. But this is the cleaner. It's by Zoomed. And it said it literally like mites, mold, everything. But you can use it and like there won't be anything left over in the enclosure to hurt them. Yeah. I think it did really well. It says it kills broad-spectrum bacteria, including Salmonella choleraeus and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Good to know. Yeah, I hope it worked. Is that... Oh, the name, the active ingredient, it's dimethyl ammonium chloride. Dimethyl ammonium chloride. I hope it works. We'll see. Hopefully. I mean, all my spiders are alive, so it didn't kill the spiders, but hopefully it gets rid of the mold. Yes. Yes, sales. Thank you. Yes. Ugh. Okay. When am I gonna play? Oh, I want to play that. What's today? Today's Tuesday. So tomorrow I have 2 psych appointments. Like I have my doctor's appointments for my meds, updates, blah 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 tomorrow morning. So Thursday I would like to dive back into the scary. Me too. I mean, it's so obvious, Sammy. If you would have seen it, it literally was like a carpet of white across one part of the enclosure, just the ground. And I went and read about it and researched it and all this shit. And like everything I read said that it can't harm the tarantula, but it could. Like, how can you say that a mold growing on the bottom of a tarantula's enclosure where they're dragging their lungs across it all the time isn't bad? Rod, it's so fucking scary. We honestly, like, we didn't get through very much of it because I got so scared I got too high. And I play today, but Tuesdays are always like our catch up days. I feel like we talk so much on Tuesdays. Like, I didn't see you guys for a day. I miss you. It's hard to play a story game. That's it. It can hurt him. Well, Mickey, I mean, I trust you because you're a real human, but of course, you know me. I went and researched the shit out of it online. And there's so much com uh convoluted information amongst the tarantula people. That's why I trust you more, obviously. Like, but like, there's a lot of tarantula people that have just left mold in the enclosure forever and never had a problem. And I'm like, I find that so hard to believe. Do you want mold in your house? I don't want mold in my house. Oh, he's burying his bone. Have you ever had a dog that actually buries things? I have never before this guy. And he's the only one that does it. He's burying it. I gave him a bone and he's burying it in the couch. See how he like stuffs it down? And then he'll lay on top of it to like guard it. He's so goofy. He's literally burying it. Your rats bury their food? Really? That's so weird. I don't know if my rats buried their food. Yeah, we got too scared and smoked too much pot about it, but it was fine. It's an awesome game. I've got to be more mentally ready, I guess. Trust the guy who spent 23 years studying mycology. Also, they probably had a mycelium and not mold. That's the thing. Like, I'm going to trust someone who knows about funguses over a tarantula expert talking about a fungus. Like, yes, I'm not going to discount tarantula experts' like experience and stuff, but I'm going to be safe. Dirt's not that expensive. Like, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, you really don't ever have to buy dirt. Like, this is the only time I'm ever going to have to do it, as long as I don't get mold again. And I bought the nice, sterile Arachnay, whatever. It's called Terra. The dirt that I buy, this is a small bag of it, but it's literally called Terra. It's so bright that you can't read it because of the fucking light. It's Terra Arachnay. And so it's like, dry as fuck. It's some fucking dry substrate. Oh, Cocky, what happened? Oh my god, wait, what? Got my COVID test this morning. Oh no, Cocky. All of my dicks are crossed for you right now. Oh, really, Lilith? I've never, I see it in movies and shit. I've never seen a dog before owning Trick that buries their bones in my life. And he's been burying shit since he was a puppy. It's so funny. I kind of love it. Whose symptoms? Of the child? Yeah, that's true. Did they have symptoms, Cocky? How many dicks you got? Wouldn't you love to know? Oh my god, both of your not. Oh, dude, think about dealers though. Like, in non-legal states, dealers are probably more exposed than like almost anybody. Mostly just congestion. Good. Do you have any symptoms, Cocky? Or are you feeling okay, dude? How does Crispy feel? Like, does he feel like you're just like coming home as a walking time bomb half the time? Does he like spray you with Lysol when you walk in the door? I can imagine that. Oh, you woke up Sunday congested. Oh, I hope you're not sick. Oh, has there been redemptions? I'm packing a bowl. What were they? Oh my god, did I not see anything? I like when you're annoying too, honestly. As a forgetful person, it's really hard for me to find someone annoying because I mostly forget that you've already done it. So, usually people that are annoying, you're like, God, stop repeating yourself. But I forget what's happening so often. I didn't know you repeated yourself. So it's totally cool. I really don't get annoyed. Hydration, Hail Nate. Okay.
Hail Satan, motherfuckers. I'm not saying Hail Satan prevents COVID, but I'm not saying it doesn't.
Hydrate before you die straight. I need water. Thank you. And stretch. This is my favorite one. Oh, oh fuck yeah! Everything popped. Oh. The cleaner got basically has the same active substance that the cleaner I suggested had. Okay, good. It smelled toxic. I wore a mask and gloves because it smelled so bad. Like, it smelled like bleach. Let's cheers. I was just packing a bowl. I'm low on weed, so I'm, it's fine. Because this, literally, the only weed I had left was just one giant caviar rock. So I'm gonna get fucking rocked off my gourd off one hit. Don't worry. It's gonna be great. I do too, Storcha. Honestly, I love the smell of cleaning products unless I'm like can't escape it. I've told this story before. I'm not proud of it. But one time when I was younger, uh, my boyfriend's mom decided the day of she was just gonna come visit us. And I'm one of those people like I've never had friends or people in my life that just come over without telling me. Like, even people that I know are gonna come over will text me before they knock on my door. She just decided to visit, so I kind of went into like a spiral cleaning my house. Like, I'm a clean person, but I went into a spiral, like bleach cleaning the house because I was so anxious about just random people being in my house. And I poured a bunch of bleach in the bathtub and the sink and then closed the bathroom door to scrub them. And I think I almost killed myself. Like, I remember getting real fucked up and hot and queasy, and then I almost fell over and then I opened the door. This stuff kills fungi and almost nothing kills fungi. And that's why I asked you, because that's the main thing is, A, I wanted to kill it, but B, it can spread so fast. Oh, that stuff, that's what this is. Seriously, like, look at this bowl. I don't know if you can tell because of the fucking exposure. It just looks like a keef bowl because of this weed is so, uh, uh, potent. If she won't get vaxxed due to thinking it will break her birthing parts, I'm sorry, what? Someone thought? I have a hard time thinking someone who's clinging onto that molehill thinks, you know? No offense, but oh yeah, same cocky. Absolutely, my mom did too. Yeah, I love clean smell. Honestly, I like the smell of bleach because when I was a kid, if I came home from school and smelled bleach, it meant mom was home. And my mom was almost never home because she was a respiratory therapist. So you work 12-hour shifts constantly. So it was like exciting. Like if you smelled cleaning products, mom was home and she was probably on her hands and knees cleaning the ground with a rag because does anyone else's mom like refuse to use a mop? Like none of my aunts, they're all like, "Why would you ever get a mop?" They're on their knees. I do it too because I was trained that way, but like it was weird. All my other friends' moms had like Swiffers and shit. When using it, normally need to let it sit for a while and then wash it down. That's exactly what I did. Well, what I did was I sprayed the entire enclosure in it and then let it sit for a bit and then I wiped it down with a paper towel and then I sprayed it off in the sink. Like I rinsed it with water. Like I took this whole cage to the sink before I put anything in it and just really doused it because I just, you never know if shit's gonna be left behind. Or like how porous this glass is. Like it's enclosure glass, but it's not like bong glass, Yeah, I smelt it. Like I knew it was toxic the moment I sprayed it because you can smell when something's a killer, right? I also unfortunately discovered Jordan Peterson, and I'd like to rewind time to when I didn't know about him. Oh God, I don't know who that person is. Do I even want to know? Should I Google? I don't want to. Who is it? Mops just seem to not accomplish anything to me. Like it's like to me, this is just me. Like any of you that use mops, I think your floors are clean. Please don't feel judged. It looks like you're just pushing shit around on the ground. Like you're not actually picking anything up. Like to me, a mop just looks like you're just like squishing dirty water into the corners, and I don't like it. So I use a rag. But I just like clean floors are probably definitely one of my ticks. Like, everybody's got things that they're particular about. For me, it's my floors. I cannot stand not being able to walk barefoot in my house. Like, if I can feel something under my foot anywhere, I'm just like, oh, God, no. And I vacuum. Yeah, I'm better off not knowing Jordan Peterson is. Yeah, quasi same. Like, do I even want to Google this person? Do I need to know who this person is? He's a right winger that hides his right wingness in science sounding bullshit. Oh. You know who he is. Canadian self-help guru, plays father figure to young sad men. Oh, David, I have to Google him now. Who the fuck? I just can't visualize his face. What's his name again? Jordan Peter. I have to Google him. Sorry, guys. I have to know who this person is now because this is just too weird. Ew. That's honestly cocky in the summertime, like when it's not freezing cold. I'm a barefoot creature. Like I have leather feet. I don't like to wear shoes. I'm a weirdo. Hi, LZT. How are you? Jordan Peterson. Okay, I'm Googling him. I have to see this face. Jordan Peterson. I don't like his face. He looks like an actor. He looks like oh my god, what's his name? Oh, I don't know why, but the only movie that's coming to mind right now is Aragon that he was in. He looks so much like an actor that Jesus fuck. Hold up. I don't recognize him, but he sounds familiar. David saying that stuff about the Canada being like, he sounds creepy. Like I might know him. I might have heard of him. You know, I definitely have. I mean, I watch all the shit. I think it's important to stay. We have to know the enemy, right? He looks like Jeremy Irons. Jeremy Irons, cocky. Yes, I had to look it up. He looks like Jeremy Irons. Here, I'll pull it up for you guys. Hold up. To me, just at first glance, I mean, it's not a perfect match, but at first glance, that guy looked a lot like Jeremy Irons. Wait, not that picture, that one. Obviously not near as cool. He got famous mostly for opposing a requirement to use pronouns in universities. Oh, yep. I remember this waste of air now. Thank you, David, for jogging my memory. My friends used to tease me for having hobbit feet. Oh my god, my stepdad used to like scratch the bottom of my feet if I was asleep because I'm just like a cat. I just sleep places all the time. And when I was a kid, I'd fall asleep on the couch or like outside, and he'd come up and scratch the bottom of my feet and call me leather feet because I couldn't feel it. I was just callous, just one solid callus because I was just barefoot all the time. I love Jeremy Irons too. He's trash. Yeah, he sounds like a waste of air. He's also the one that said men are owed sex. That's what I think about that. What? LZT, I don't think there's nothing wrong with agreeing with a few things that a horrible person says. Horrible people can have a few good opinions. It's just, the overarching opinions is what makes them horrible. Ew. I have an itchy throat. Better not be getting sick. I haven't gone anywhere. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you aren't owed shit. Ever. Nobody's owed anything. I've been drinking water all day. I've actually already drank that whole thing. I've just got a little bit of a tickle. Just a tickle. Makes me nervous. Me too. I know. Am I owed sex? Like, I have a huge dick. And I can't remember the last time anyone slapped their lips on it. All the pets. He's behind me, sprawled. When he comes closer, remind me. I will snuggle him. But he's so cute. I would like one sex with a side of sugar, please. Jordan Peterson is back in the news because he was a Bro Rogan. Shocker there. Has anyone heard anything about the Spotify Joe Rogan thing, by the way? Wow, excuse me. And going on about some BS trying to sound smart about climate science, among other things, when it's not his area of expertise. So he's doing what Rogan does. He's talking beyond his area of study. Oh, and he denies climate change. Is there anyone awesome in the news lately that we can, like, praise for being a good person? Anybody? I watched, oh God, who was it? It was one of the senators. She was on Stephen Colbert the other night, and he asked her, he said, what purpose does the Senate serve right now, if any? And she could not answer. And that was pretty scary to me. It wasn't AOC. No. It was the older one with the glasses. She's famous. I just can't, I'm blanking on her name. Imagine if I was in the news. It would be nothing good. Let's be honest. I think it was Pelosi. Was it Pelosi? Yeah, let me look. Let me Google. I'm real bad with names. No, it wasn't Pelosi. Nope, not Pelosi. Shorter hair, glasses. Warren. Was it Warren? It might have been Warren. Betsy Warren, is that her name? Is that her name? Betsy Warren? I don't remember. What's her first name? Possibly. Was it Elizabeth Warren? I'm really bad with names. I just have to see the face and then I know. Yes, Elizabeth Warren. Yep. Elizabeth Warren. She was on the Stephen Colbert show the other day being interviewed, and she could not say what the Senate serves a purpose for anymore, and that was really scary. Spotify are putting links to their COVID information pages on episodes that deal with COVID, similar to what YouTube does. I think that's the development. I mean, that's something. I heard Joe Rogan actually made a statement about it, and he said, I guess I could interview people with an opposing theory after I interview someone that's controversial. That's what he said. Like, almost verbatim. I was like, you fucking think, bro? Oh, wait, you don't, though. Darn it. Shall we cheers? It's fine. So hot. So hot. Wow. The flame gets so big when it's warm. Do I have a different lighter? Hold up. That one's really big. He doesn't actually deny climate change. He's saying that we can't be sure because we don't have 100% of the information. That's a stupid thing to say in itself. I mean, duh. We can't be 100% certain of anything, ever. I mean, no shit, but why would you say that? Why would you ever stoke the fires of fear-mongering? Like, I would never... It's a point of being responsible with what is coming out of your mouth. When you have an audience of any kind, my size, his size, the entire world, whatever the fuck you want to call it, you have to be conscious of the way you word things and what you fucking say. Because it doesn't matter. Like, no shit. We don't know 100% about anything. Like, anything. We're just all theories and, trying. But saying that is just like throwing white gasoline on a fire of dumb. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know anything. Why would we take that? We don't know anything. He's right. We don't know anything. Come on. Come on. Buttercup, I used to actually really like him, ironically. I thought he was very funny. I like his stand-up. He says some pretty funny fucking shit. But at the beginning of COVID, he started talking about things he does not know anything about. I firmly believe if you are not trained in the medical sciences, you need to shut your fucking face about the medical sciences, period. And he doesn't, and he runs his jaw. Quote, he said, a ventilator is the worst thing you can do for yourself if you have COVID. As a respiratory therapist, I'd like to kindly disagree. It infuriates me because he has a huge audience that doesn't, take his information with a grain of salt. They listen to him like it's a religious leader, and that shit scares me a lot. But I used to think he was really funny. It's really weird. It's weird because I could watch an old stand-up of him and probably still laugh at it, but I don't. It upsets me. It's a problem of proportion. Exactly what David said. Yes, it's a problem of proportion. Though if you have 1,000 scientists on one side and one scientist on the other, and you give both sides 50% coverage, you're making it out to seem like both sides are equal, which are not. They are not. Exactly. That's so true. Such a good point. Cattywampus with a motherfucking resub, though. Hail.
Oh, the Dank Lord, bitch.
Oh, I'm sure. You probably hear worse. Sam Sadar. No. Do I want to? He does, but did you hear his most recent statement after this whole Spotify shit? He did actually say, like, I listened to it. It's his voice. He says, I guess I could interview people with the opposing theory after I interview someone that has some a controversial opinion. He said that. He's like, I guess. I was like, you fucking guess? And he seems to be hiding behind a curtain of, I just talk to people. I just talk to people. Like, that's all he keeps saying. And it upsets me. He seems like he's copping out. And I know he's smarter than that. I've watched him do interviews where, like, he did, what's that? Is it Bill Burr? I think it was Bill Burr. And he tried, and Bill Burr shut him down. Bill Burr was like, I am not going to sit here and listen to you, a not medical person, talk about medical shit with me, a not medical person. Like, he shut him down. It was one of the best things I've ever seen him do. It just upsets me because I've seen him like laugh and he thinks it's cute. He thinks he's being cute. I don't know. He reminds me of my brother Corey, and I want to punch him in the throat. I get angry because he just, like the Bill Burr interview, like facts, same. He sits there and sniggers. He knows what he's doing. Like when Bill Burr said that to him, he like sat there and was like, Joe Rogan, like he knew what he was doing. He's very aware of what he's doing. And I'm all for stirring the pot if it's not about a virus that's killing half the world. You know? That's kind of my line, I guess. I don't have many lines. I'm a firm believer in you can talk about anything, joke about anything, but I'd put money down that he's responsible for some deaths. Just because people listened to what he had to say, listened to the people he interviewed, and didn't get vaccinated. And that's fucking horrifying. I wouldn't want to live if that was me. And I used to unplug people for a fucking living. I got paid to unplug grandma. Are you kidding me? Ugh. I'm gonna smoke pot. I'm too angry. Cheers. I kind of agree. I mean, there's bigger things going on, but it's like, I don't know. Where do we start if we don't start somewhere? I guess, with knocking off all this false information and the people who don't take this very seriously, the spreading misinformation. And if I was an interviewer, a podcaster, and my job was just to interview people, and I got to pick who I interviewed, and I knew I had a huge audience who, not everyone has critical thinking skills, and that's facts. Not everyone can listen to what you're saying and take it apart and form their own opinions. Many people have been just literally like conditioned from birth to follow, obey, and they don't know how to critically think about these things. They don't know that these are just opinions. They just know that this guy, Joe Rogan, they like, keeps bringing on people to interview who kind of are all crazy and anti-vaxxers. I haven't seen him bring anyone on who's pro-vax and pro-science yet. I haven't. Recently, anyways. 100%. It is our job to educate ourselves. However, how? Like, where do you go for the right information? And that's where we get this whole Nicki Minaj doing her own research because her cousin's brother's dog's uncle's balls blew up in Jamaica. And doing your own research turns into just scrolling social media until you find someone famous who you have confirmation bias with their opinion. And they have a large audience and they're famous, so what they say must be true. I'm not saying you think that. I'm saying a lot of people do. Like, people assume because you have an audience, you have something to say that is something. And, you and I and most people that are adults can listen to people on all sides of every argument and form our own thought process of it. We can be like, that's a bunch of bullshit. That's not a bunch of bullshit. Cool. But a lot of people do not. They can't. They've just not been taught to. They were taught never ask why, never ask a question, don't question your elders. And, though that's the kind of thing you just don't fucking know. You have no idea who's listening to you when you're on the internet like that, And I'm not saying Twitch is any better or worse, but at least this is a two-way conversation, whereas he's just putting shit out there into the universe and just waiting for it to be absorbed, I guess. So it's like, I don't know if he has that personal touch with his audience the way a Twitch streamer would. I'm not saying I'm the best, again. But the live, like having a conversation versus just spewing into the universe is a little bit different, I think. Just a little. Buttercup, I think it's honestly, I don't believe in shaming people who refuse to get vaccinated. I don't believe in like wishing death on anybody or ill will. I just want to educate people. Like, I really just want people to like be open to learning and the education process. And like, and not just shut down because of government distrust or because of medical distrust. A lot of people, and this is worldwide, I think, as a society, as humans, we're very black and white on the inside. We shut down when we find things we don't like, and we just close off to it. And you have to stay, even though you don't like it, it makes you uncomfortable and it's unpleasant. You still have to be open to learning about it. And I feel like there's a huge population of human beings right now, especially in this pandemic environment we're in, who have decided that science is something we get to believe in or not, like religion or a diet, like being paleo. And it is not. Like, that is not what science is there for. Science is there for us to consume and digest and, break apart and think about and grow from and learn from. But it's become this like it's a Bible or something. And that's not what science is. Like, it doesn't matter what you believe about a virus. It's going to kill you. The virus doesn't give a fuck what you believe, Viruses are dead to begin with. So they don't think. They just move. And that shit scares me. I went to a lot of medical school. I know I'm like a broken goddamn record when it talks to this stuff, when it comes to this stuff. But I get scared. My mom's a respiratory therapist. She actually works at Ground Zero in Seattle. And she has families who've their relative has died in the hospital of COVID, but they refused all vaccinations, refused any treatment. And because they died and they refused all COVID treatment, their families are now suing the hospital because the hospital doesn't stock ivermectin, a livestock deworming paste. Because these families have no ground to stand on. If you come to my hospital with a deadly pandemic and you refuse all the treatments to help you and die, your family gets that entire medical bill. And it's about $6,000 per night in the ICU without a nurse, medication, or lights. $6,000 on average just to sleep in the bed. And they're getting pummeled with these bills. And this is the hill they're going to die on. I don't know what's going on in the world anymore. I don't know if I want to leave my house anymore. I don't know what's going on. I'd rather die than have long COVID, to be completely honest with you. Kill me. COVID leaves your entire body littered with millions of blood clots that leave you literally like physically retarded for the rest of your life, which will probably be shorter and sadder than normal. But again, I don't shame people. Like, I just want people to like be open to the information, all of it. And that's why, like, even here, like, I listen to Tucker Carlson. Like, I hate them. I don't want to know about these people that hate the gays and, want to give hysterectomies to all the innocent Mexican women on the border that have been caged up for trying to find freedom. But I think it's important that you take in everything. And that's how you critically think. That's how you make your own decisions. You can't just surround yourself with things that you agree with. You know what I mean? I know. I'm sorry, Mickey. I know. I actually have a new clip of him on my soundboard. It's him talking about his fetish for the M&Ms. It is. It's the whole world is scary. I mean, the scariest part to me is not even COVID. The scariest part of the world to me is that half of the adults on the earth don't wash their hands regularly, let alone after they piss in a public bathroom. That scares the shit out of me, no pun intended. Y'all are fucking nasty. Ew, no wonder we're all dying of a pandemic. For fuck's sake, it probably grew under someone's fingernail. Oh my god, Asidious. Oh my god, you got COVID? Are you vaxxed? You're vaxxed though. How are you feeling? So this is like official information. If you've been vaxxed and you get COVID, no one vaxxed has died of COVID yet. Nobody. You can get sick, but you won't die. However, if you get COVID and you're not vaxxed, the chances are slim. It's a scary time. You are vaccinated. How are you feeling? But immune system, I can't with that. Scariest people in the world are those that say nothing can change my mind. And if you don't believe XYZ, then I hate you. Yes. So scary. So, I mean, why would you want to be that way? Why would you ever want to shut your mind down to learning? Ever. That is so bizarre to me. My stepdad works construction. And he works with this guy who's like 71. And he won't get vaxxed because, and I quote, they told me to. What? Okay. I got nothing on that front, you know? Just a headache. I really hope. Drink lots of water. If you can get Pedialyte. Can you like order some Pedialyte from like Walgreens or something? You have to be aware of who's spewing crap. Yeah. You have to be aware of all the information being spewed out there because otherwise how are you going to talk to anybody? Like I want to talk to people who have a different opinion than me. I don't need an echo chamber to be like complete in my life, you know what I mean? I like differing opinions around me and how the fuck would I have a real conversation with them if I have no idea what they're watching or listening to or absorbing? You know what I'm saying? My sister doesn't want to vaccinate my niece because she's scared of the vaccine. She's vaccinated and I've tried to talk to her about it, but I understand that she's scared. What is where are her fears based? Is what I would ask. Like, did you make them up in your head? Are you fearing something that's never happened before? Like, are you fearing the invisible monster in the deep dark water, or do you have like a something? You know what I mean? Anything. Had to renew my lease today, and my apartment complex is raising the rent by 30%. What the fuck? If it's did they say why? One of my good friends, his apartment complex did the same, and his apartment person, like the owner, claimed it was cost of living was going up, but it wasn't, and he was able to sue and get all of his rent back, all the extra he paid, because the apartment place like lied. He didn't sue. He reported them to some bureau, something. Wow. The position of pro-vax is based on science, and the position of anti-vax is based on distrust. And that's the thing. And like, but I sympathize with distrust. Like, I do get that. I totally get that a lot of people like have had horrible experiences in the medical system and in the system in general, you know? Isn't that okay? Which part is okay? The position of the wait. Why are we judging that man? Which one? So this is I don't know who you're talking about. If we're talking about Rogan, anyone really. The only reason I judge is like I get your freedoms, but your freedoms only go so far until they impose on mine. And if you're walking around COVID bomb, coughs on my baby and kills it, your freedoms have now become a violent weapon that you're just completely unaware of. And we have like lots and lots of research proving how to prevent this weapon from just being on you. You know, it's not like it's not like we're being like, fuck you, bitch, go walk around, ha ha. We're like, well, we have all these ways you could not spread it if you want. But people are just walking around with a loaded gun instead. That's where I get upset. You may just be one person, but if you're leaving your house and coming in contact with any other human, you're now at fault. You have to take responsibility for your actions. It's not just you. This virus is not just about me. It's not just about my significant other. It's not just about my dog. It is about the entire world, my neighbor, every fucking human out there that has DNA like I have. That's what it's about. It's very scary that way. People can take their freedoms all they want. Your freedoms are great, adorable. But until they infringe on anyone else's freedoms, that's when we have a problem. And that's the problem with a pandemic, a deadly virus, is like we have a huge population of people who are immunosuppressed, meaning at birth, they were born with a shitty immune system or an immune system that's just been trying to kill them since they were born. So they already can't get vaccinated. So say a non-vaccinated person that has a pretty good immune system gets COVID but doesn't know it, they're asymptomatic and coughs on that other person who's immunosuppressed, they kill them. They're dead now. That person doesn't have a chance. They're dead. They're going to die. Probably slowly and miserably. And so this like the whole like let people do what they want, my freedoms thing has caused a huge population of innocent people to be completely homebound. They have to still Lysol their groceries because they're terrified that their neighbor doesn't give a fuck about them. Like that's what it feels. I imagine how it feels being an immunosuppressed person and say my neighbor is an anti-vax person. I'd look at that and be like, you don't care if I live? Like you really don't care if I get to travel ever again in my life? You really don't give a fuck about me. I know you don't know me. We're not related. We're not friends, but I'm still a person. I'm still a human being and I deserve joy, happiness, and to leave my house feeling safe-ish. I feel like every human deserves that, you know? And right now, I'm not immunosuppressed and I don't feel safe leaving my house. There's still bitches out there licking groceries. It's weird. Yes, Dead Kelly. He's said that a million. I've watched all of his shows. He makes me very upset. And everyone can say whatever they want to say. I do believe that. But when you have a huge audience like that, I just think you have a responsibility you need to be aware of. And no one's going to impose that responsibility on you. That's the scary part. When you're an entrepreneur, a podcaster, a streamer, whatever the fuck, a YouTuber, you don't have a boss telling you, that was a little over the line, or that was a little overboard, or maybe we should mix up who we're interviewing. You don't have anyone telling you. All you have is your audience sucking your dick. That's it. You're in an echo chamber of, woo, go you! And I don't think that's healthy. But that's just me. Again, I went to like 10 years medical school. I'm very paranoid about the world and their general knowledge of health. No, you're totally fine. You can be confused. It's totally fine. I will repeat myself all day. It's what I do, honey. It's okay. I actually just started, I didn't bring my iPad out. Damn it. We need to take a break anyways. I can go get my iPad. I started working on a thing for you guys. You know how I've like pulled up MS Paint to like describe viruses 50 million times on my stream? I started to make like an actual really nice one on my iPad, and I'm pretty proud of it. And I kind of want to show it to you guys. It's not done by any means, but I started making one that I can literally pull up and just show that is way nicer looking. Just because everyone's allowed to have an opinion does not mean that some people's opinions are absolutely wrong. I mean, an opinion is just that. How can an opinion be wrong or right? It's an opinion. Your brain is never wrong or right. It just is. Like, I agree. Like, your opinion is just your opinion. I could disagree with it, but that doesn't make me right or you wrong or anyone in between. I think it's just ethical, empathy for your fellow human and not just thinking about ourselves. I think we're a very selfish people. We think about me all day. I'd get vaxxed and die if it meant the rest of the world wouldn't die. I wouldn't care because I care about other people more than myself. But that's probably a sense of self-loathing going on in me that I should solve with my therapist. My appointment's tomorrow, don't worry. Write an eco essay, exactly. I know, Katie. Dude, I'm chill every day, but damn if I am not a flammable object. If you're presenting your opinion as a fact and it isn't factual, then yes, it can be wrong. Well, that person, I mean, we should know better than that. We should know better than that as a people. Lilith, I hope you feel better, honey boo boo. I hope your tum tum starts feeling better. IBS is no joke. I always thought it was bizarre. I grew up with I worked with a guy at Lowe's for years who had IBS. And I was always led to believe that like people who had IBS from birth, they kind of were malnutrition. They tend to be really thin and smaller just because it's just something they live with. He was 6'8". And not dying looking, but definitely had IBS. It was wild. Wild, I say. Anyways. People like to be right, so they'll say whatever like it's a fact. Very much so. People, I don't know do you think it's the need to be right, or do you think it's the want to be interesting? I feel like people, they don't think they're interesting, so they'll just start talking. And they don't realize that that's ruined it even more, I'm trying to catch up. I know I had some resubs while I was talking and being a fucking longer. Knives, bitch!
Hail the dank lord, son of a bitch. I see you. And Govweed. I knew there were some resubs while I was flapping my lips. Hail the dank lord, motherfuckers.
Sorry I talk too much. I'm very passionate about healthcare, though. To be right, you think so? Some people, I feel like they have nothing going on in their, like, I'm like, how are you? They immediately just start talking about the news or something going on in the world. And I'm like, no, but how are you? Do you do anything? Nothing? Okay. I'd be like, oh, cool. 50 spiders, tarantulas, weed. Like, I have so many fucking hobbies. I don't feel like I need to talk out of turn to be interesting. How many people can you count on your hands can admit to being wrong? The only two human beings I ever see in real life are Scott and Zach, so that's a big 0. No offense, but plenty of offense. You guys are wrong all the time, Jesus Christ. I feel it's selfishly based. It's about your ego. I definitely had to learn how to humility in the face of times I've been wrong about things. Absolutely. Humility is something you learn as a kid, I think. Definitely. Yeah, it's just your parents got to like let you know you're wrong, but let you know it's not bad to be wrong. It's just a learning experience. You literally never learn anything new if you're never wrong. The fuck? Cheers. Humiliated and shame, which is bizarre. Like I don't know, where does that come from? The not knowing something makes you like feel shame. I've never felt bad not knowing something unless I was like supposed to know it, for a test or my job. Like if I was at the hospital and they were like, "Quick, Katie, how many liters?" I'd be like, "Ah!" Like I'd feel pretty bad if I didn't know. But oh fuck! Tell her I love her and good night. Yeah, I've never ever felt bad. Let's cheers. Cocky, let's cheers. I've never felt bad about being wrong. I usually say like, I might be wrong, but please correct me if I'm wrong, but I would like to be corrected because when I speak, I don't want to sound like a fucking idiot. But that's just me. Maybe that's arrogance on my part. I don't know. Cheers. Me too. Because I tell you guys that like I want you guys to correct me if I spit shit that's wrong. There's a nice way to correct your friends, by the way. You don't have to be a dick.
Hail Satan! Hail Satan!
I'm sure you all know the actually person in your life. Hello, Mel. How are you, love? That was a sweaty hit. Glut, and I think you're right. I think school does a lot of it. Again, I went to a really, really small school, so I think I got a very unique education. But in big schools, I mean, I imagine they just kind of glaze you over. Like you're not really paid attention to. Which is sad. Hyper intellectualized families like mine, saying I'm wrong and being okay with it's part of my life journey. Really? Maybe it's because my family's not hyper intellectual. Like my family is 100% blue collar. Like they all work construction or are waitresses, like I'm the very first person in my entire family to graduate college. And I think it maybe because of that I just have a humbleness that maybe someone else might not have been like raised with, Maybe. I don't like to like compliment myself saying I'm super humble. Obviously, we're all vain on the inside, but I try to be humble. No shit time factor? Fuck yeah. Me too. My older sister, she dropped out of high school, but she did go to the school of Cordon Bleu. Not 100% Miss Full-Time Desk Streamer. By the way, what type of collar is streamer? Oh my god, what are we? I don't think like because we're all like the whole internet's we're just influencers to anybody that doesn't partake, they just think I'm an influencer, whatever the fuck that means. I have no idea if we even get a collar because it's so vastly different. Like you look at people like me and then you look at like Pokemon and our incomes, like, but we both technically do the same job. I ain't making 35K a month, my dudes. Holy shit, can you imagine? Ugh. Hold up. I think what we're looking for are the difference between growth mindsets and fixed mindsets. And these are things that we're taught. Absolutely. I think the tendency towards having a fixed mindset in general is something that's taught. You know? Like I don't want to be that way. I like to think of myself as like malleable jelly. Like I just want to be like this amorphous learning sponge forever. I don't want to shut down. Because life doesn't shut down. The world, information is never finite, you know? You guys know that. I don't need to fucking preach to you guys. Where things are changing. This is why if you get a medical degree, you're never done with school. Like you're in school the rest of your life. We have to do continuing education the rest of our life because it never ends, you know? But I loved that. That's why I went into medicine. I was like, this is something that is not stagnant. Like I will literally be learning a new method, a new theory, a new something every day. And it's true. Like every couple of years there'd be a new theory behind ventilation. Like are we mostly paying attention to the rate, or are we mostly paying attention to the volumes or the pressures or the whatevers? Every couple of years scientists would be like, oh, we're going to look at this really strongly and then this. And it's never something that's like completely changing a therapy so drastically that you're hurting people. It's just looking at different aspects of it, which in turn create a whole picture. You know? A skin influencer? Oh my god. Maybe it'd be like a breath fluencer, I feel like a talking fluencer. I don't know. Because I feel like if anything, and maybe this is just me, I know I get a lot of compliments from you guys on keeping up with chat, which I think I'm doing terrible at today. I'm trying. But I think the biggest, like the vastest difference between Twitch and the rest of social media and the rest of influencers in as a whole is this conversation. Like, I don't know, where else do you do this? Everything else is like putting content out. Oh, ad time. I see you, Sales. I see you, bitch. You're so right. You're so right. Just let me finish the thought. So bad at this. How do I survive on here? Nobody knows. Yeah, I think that was the end of the thought, actually. I have a bachelor's in a fuck ton of variety of fields. Same. And don't make $35K a year. I have 2 bachelor's degrees. I ain't rolling. You know, so it's like, whereas I think the collar usually tends to be like blue collars, like construction workers, clerks, the people in the middle, the middle class people, us. We get fucked in the ass by everybody because we're middle class or a little bit lower. And then white collars, like, you know, businessmen, right? Right? I'm guessing. I really don't know. My whole family is construction workers, and like, you know, we're poor. Happy, but poor. Use service because this channel really belongs to us, chat, and is only influenced by you. Honestly, that's what I feel like, Pyro. I've said that for years. I've always said, like, I'm just like the conduit. I feel like I'm just the copper wire. But you guys are the content. I love you guys more than me. Duh. I'm just now at 37, making $33K a year with a bachelor's degree, right? And that, I think, like, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a lot of people my age in our 30s, like early 40s, 30s, late 20s, this like huge chunk of us that got kind of fucked by the education system, I feel like a lot of us were led to believe that if you go to college, you're going to make good money. Like, and that's the only way. But my stepdad graduated high school, and he's a construction worker, been one since high school. He makes $75 an hour. I don't know a nurse that makes that at all. Like, we were fed some shit. And I don't know why, though. I don't know who did that. LZT does? Shh. Don't let people know. I graduated in being an idiot. Same. When my mom at 64 got her doctorate, she asked my dad if he would call her doctor. He said, only if you call me master. Oh my fucking god. Did they do it, though? Oh, desk jobs are white collar. Oh. Oh. I didn't finish college, and although it took me 17 years, I now make over 6 figures. A lot of long weekends and hard-earned recognition, so I can't really relate to that. You can't make it these days. I think it's right time, right place, right content, and by content, I mean just you, who you are. Because, like, that's me on Twitch. Like, I don't like to say it this way, but I don't know how else to say it. I didn't really try to do this at all. I didn't put a gimmick on, you know? I didn't, like, create a show. I just started talking to people, and I'm still talking to people 7 years later, and I still don't, like, you know, I went to 9 years of school to run ventilators and unplug people for a living. You could arguably say that was a lot of work put in to it. And then to work, like you're constantly learning and thinking and your brain is just like crushing, trying to keep people alive all day, you know, or night as I was. And but I always attribute it to just right place, right time, right personality. I don't know. I don't think my personality is great, but I don't know why I've survived this long and other streamers don't. I don't know. I think a lot of it is just like who you are and what you try to get into, and if you like it, if you have a passion, if you have a driven, like a drive to do anything. I have a drive just to go. So I've always been able to like at least be mediocre at anything I try because I will go and go and go at it until I can't breathe anymore, you know. And, you know, it's just like art. You put enough time and practice into something and it's going to be okay, better than oh, I don't know. I don't know. What would you how do you say that? I think it was more to do with value for people who have a fixed mindset feedback. I remember we have to take a break, by the way. Don't. I gotta catch up on chat. I can't leave you guys like this. It's like we're talking and I just walk away after you say something. How fucking crazy. I think it was more to do with value for people who have a fixed mindset feedback and critical is personal. Being wrong means that you're a mad person. Ooh. So it makes sense that being wrong is dangerous to them. Where people who are taught to have a growth mindset, oh shit, fuck, then tend to think of critique as a critique of the thing or opinion and not a condemnation of them. That's beautifully put, actually. It's not personal. Absolutely. Yes, I feel that. I feel that as just a person on the other side, as a person I can take critique in it. I have no shame or embarrassment. Like, come at me. Bitch, what you doing? What good timing. Pyro just gifted 5 subs in the chat, and now all 5 of you don't have to watch ads. Super exciting. Refresh the channel though, and then you literally don't have to watch ads, which is super, super great. But yes, I agree with that. Like, I was taught, I don't know how I was taught this. Like, I couldn't tell you what my parents told me or anything, but I agree with you, David. Like, if someone critiques things I'm doing or something, I've never taken it personal. I usually come right back at them with, all right, show me the right way. Tell me what's up. And if they can't, then I start questioning, like, who are you to critique what the fuck I'm doing? Da 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 da. But, like, I'm always open to growth and stuff. And I think that's just because I wasn't raised in a hyper intellectual family, but I was raised to have a passion for reading and books. And I don't know if that did something. I think it did, though. Just in terms of, like, wanting to absorb information. I want the information all the time. Like, if you say something I don't know about, I come at you like, oh, what's that though? Tell me it. What is it though? What is it though? Like, I have to know. I'm a why person. It's not offensive to me. Like, I kind of like get excited because I want to know the right, like, does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense at all. I'm trying. Really, Lavoshka? You shouldn't. It's all self-imposed. You know, I used to have shame. I had a lot of body shame. Just I grew up hating my body. I have to welcome these subs real quick. I'm gonna call you No. Catherine. Wow. Sienna, Kodiak, Samurai, Shireen, Lilith. Y'all but was the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in every way and refresh the stream so that you don't have to suffer ads. I run like a 3-minute bulk, like a 3-minute fucking, what do you call it? A chunk of ads. Some people get like 20 ads in 3 minutes. It's crazy. It's wild. Every couple of hours just to keep this shit free. You know, because I think it should be. But thank you for being here. Jack with the motherfucking resub. Thank you, Jack.
And hail the Dank Lord, motherfucker.
My grandfather's apparently addicted to Viagra. No one's taking it harder than Grandma. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. It's a gauntlet. Yeah. Everybody always freaks out. They're like, I got 37 ads. I'm like, I know for a fact it's only 3 minutes. I run them manually so that Twitch doesn't run them over like us just talking. It's only 3 minutes. I don't know how the fuck you guys get so many, but I swear to God, it shouldn't be more than 3 minutes. Shouldn't. Lord knows. I was gonna say one thing before I took a break, before Sales pulls all his hair out and eats it. Shit. What was it? I'll ask you about hats. It was one thing. Fuck. Shame. I think we should take a break, and then I'll tell you about how I literally eliminated shame from my mind in like one fell sweep. It was incredible. I'll say what I thought to myself. I hope it helps you. Kodiak just gifted 5 subs in the channel. Kodiak, you silly fuck. Thank you so kindly for gifting all of these people wings upon their anuses, as well as the gift of no ads, because it doesn't matter if it's only 3 minutes. They suck. Floyd Mayweather 223, welcome to my channel. Gerald Tackett, Caldeer, Cerebral Onion, and Spring Fart. You're all butt wizards of the highest order. Please go forth and be consensual in every way, because nothing is sexier than pure, sober consent. Break. As I said, every couple of hours I try to take a break. I run a bulk of ads so that Twitch doesn't run them over us just talking, because you should not have to pay for this. Like, what is this? I'm not Netflix. But I try to suggest, like, stand up, stretch, get some fucking blood flow to your brain and your body. Go get some, I'm needing to get some water because Zelda is going to ask me to hydrate and I'm almost out. Welcome to the class hole. A question for me after break. Okay, you have to remember. I'm going to remember shame and I have to ask about hats. That's my limit, though. 2 is my limit. And I might forget one of those. We'll see. We'll see. Spring Fart, you've been a butt wizard in your soul forever, and you know that. Hi, Hacks. My love. Jack has just gifted fucking 12 subscriptions in the channel. What the fuck? Jack super hates ads. As do we all. Dalkio the Southern Belle, 2 Fresh Lemons, Benji5003, White Barrow 2, Jade Ellen, Madmart, Larry Issue, Alucard Bites, M. Lasik, LOI, and Yesland. You're all butt wizards of the highest order. Please go forth and be consensual in every way, because nothing is sexier than pure, sober consent. Watch this strange thing in water and listen to some weird music, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Or I'll disappear. Oh, I closed it. Just kidding. I'll disappear forever and you'll never know. I still have this video about the Nazi gatherings in Florida, and I just don't know if I want to watch that. Like, why? 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 By the way, Trump basically admitted to running the insurrection and still, you know, 0 consequences. That's the shit. Isn't this so good, CJ? This is from the game Bastion, dude. This is video game music. I took a shower last night and went to sleep with wet hair. My scalp is so dry. Katie Cat. I would always have a spooter warning up, Honeybean. Always. And I almost always tweet. If I'm having like a spider day, like a day dedicated to my spiders, I'll tweet about it. I don't ever want to scare you. And I think you know that. I don't want to do that. Your hair is that... CK, your hair like that is reminiscent of Zach mixing Viagra with Adderall. Happy birthday. Happy birthday! It's Hexmare's birthday. To have a lot of fun. We're waiting for the celebrating. This is your day. So happy birthday. An anniversary of the last day you theoretically kissed your mama's vagina today. Hey. My throat is really itchy today. I apologize. Happy fucking birthday, bro. I heard from a little bird. Oh, it's ridiculously big, too big long. Oh my God, stop it. But it could be hilarious. Birthdays, Katie Y. I love birthdays. Why not? I mean, I love everybody else's birthday. Let's put it that way. And that's all I got to say about that. What? What is Zach plus Viagra is blue? Blue balls. Wait, is that blue balls? Wait, blue balls? I'm not clever. I am not a clever person. I've heard Life is Strange music is amazing.
Blood orgy! Yay! Blood orgy! Blood orgy! Yay!
Podorific, motherfucker! Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. Thanks for the raid, Home Slice. The fuck is up? Lumi, how are you, love? But why do you have to talk about our mom's special holes? I know, right? Because I've seen so many births before. It's not gross to me anymore, but I know it freaks you guys out. It's kind of like the coconut story. Fuzz. Wait. Sorry, not sorry. I'm going to force you on yours. Shh. I might just not stream. You'll never know. Just kidding. I wouldn't do that. That would be so mean. Hi, Will. How are you? Crazed Pixel. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. I got chapped lips. How you guys doing? Thank you for the raid, Hodor. How are you doing? What were you doing today? Did you have a good stream? Knives, right? And that he had plans for another one. Like, so many things wrong. Me too, Viata. Me too. I mean, it makes me squirm a little. The flies, mostly, though. Stick of Truth is easily one of the best games I've ever played in my entire life. That game, the farting, I just can't. Do you like the Survive with some vampires? It looked cool. It just looked really ugly. Sorry, I'm a snob. The graphics looked like, you know, RimWorld-esque, so I didn't click it, but I've heard good things. Oh, so the shame thing. So we were talking earlier about like shame and stuff. And I was saying I used to have heavy body shame. I've always hated my body, like my whole life. And it was a combination of it being imposed by my mother on accident. She has body shame herself. And when you're a young girl, that's all you have to look up to. You learn to hate your body because your mom hates her body. It's just facts. And then just being bullied because I was always taller. I got tits and hips way faster than everybody else. And so that just translated into like fat jokes, you know, my whole life. So I just hated my body, hated everything about it. I hid it. I wore huge baggy clothes. And I can't remember what age I was when I decided this. I think I was like 26. So you guys know I have like my short shorts that I wear all summer long, all the time, that are like a sniff away from underwear. I didn't own a pair of shorts, like anything that was higher than mid calf, until I was about 26 years old. This is when this happened. I don't remember what scenario I was in though. But I had this really weird moment where I was gonna go to the beach or something. And you know, for anybody that has body shame, the beach is the worst. It's the horror. It's the horror. It's our worst fear. I mean, being in a bathing suit is like you have nothing covering you anymore. You have all your defenses are down. It's the scariest thing in the world. And I was talking to myself, as you do when you're bipolar and have a lot of different people in your head. And I had this profound thought. To me, it was profound. I'm not saying it has to be profound to you guys. But I was thinking to myself, like, I hate my legs. That was my big thing. I'm all legs. My body is basically tits with legs on it. I have really, really long legs. And on the back of my thighs, I have some cellulite. Just a little patch of it on both legs in the exact same spot, because that's the way my skin is made. But I've always been like it would be the end of the world if someone saw that. Why? Nobody knows. Heads are very strange. But I had this moment when I was thinking about going to the beach, and I was like, I am neurotically hyper focused on my own body. Like, that's if I'm anywhere where I'm not like completely cloaked in many layers, I'm just the entire time thinking how I'm moving, how the clothes are moving with me, how I'm looking. And I can't be unique. Like, as much as we all want to think we're a special star, we're pretty mushy people, and we're pretty much all function the same-ish. I was like, if I'm this fucking neurotic about myself, but I can still go to the beach, I'm betting pretty much every other person there is also being this fucking neurotic about their own bodies, which means no one has time to look at mine or judge it in any way, shape, or form. As I'm not looking at anybody else's bodies and judging them. I've never in my life looked at another body and thought, ew, or anything, ever. At a beach or otherwise, ever in my life. I'm always looking at their face and trying to catch if they're looking at me in any way, shape, or form so I can hide. Like, that's all I've ever paid attention to. And it was just this moment of like, no one's got fucking time to judge my legs. They're too fucking worried about themselves. We're all so crazy neurotic about our own shit. We ain't looking at anybody else. And it just like unleashed my brain. And I was like, wow, nobody is. Nobody's looking at you. They're way too fucking wrapped up in their own bullshit. We're all kind of crazy. A little bit, not this crazy, but a little bit. But it was like, it was just a weird fucking moment. And ever since then, if I still get a little like, we all want to feel good naked, right? Everybody wants to look good naked. Even if you don't feel good naked right now, you still want to. We all admit it. And like, even some days I'll have like off days, like I'm bloated or I'm going to get my periods. I'm just feeling disgusting. And I have to remind myself of that. Like, nobody's looking. Nobody sees all the shit you see, you know? Like, we pick. And Lavoshka, you're a fucking artist. Like, I know you know that. If you just compare it to art, it's like that. You give me a painting you did, and I think it's a work of art that's picture perfect. I can't see a flaw. But if you looked at it, I guarantee that all you would point out in your head, all you'd see is the cheekbone. You couldn't get quite right. So there's a little bit more paint on it because you did it 7 times. Like, it's like that. You know? Like, no one else even knows what you're looking at. Like, they don't even know to look there for that thing. Like, most of the things we're so neurotic about are so small and insignificant. It's like doing art. If you're an artist, you can apply it to anything like that. Like, I always give away all my quilts, all my paintings, anything I create, I give away because all I can see is the flaws. All I can see is every issue I had in that piece. Whereas someone else sees a pretty piece of painting. They have no idea. And I'd rather them enjoy it, you know? I think, and it's not a cure all, fix all, but it's all a brain game. I mean, every insecurity about our bodies and shit is all in our own heads. And I'm all about fucking brainwashing myself the other way around. I love it. Yeah, this is kind of how I like got over just like being so fucking neurotic about my body. I mean, I was weird. Like I wouldn't go places because there'd be a pool. And there's nothing wrong with my body. I mean, I'm guaranteed most of you have seen most of my body at this point. There's nothing wrong with it at all. It was all in my head. I just made shit up about it. For some reason. Why don't you design your own tattoos? Never. Right though, David? Not in a million years. Exactly, Katie Cat, same. Like, I've sewn my own clothes, and I can feel the weird seam I worked on 20 times. Like, I stopped caring about being picked on at school when I found out there was a rumor that I was eating chapstick. I'm sorry, what? That was a waste of air. I always feel good naked. Letting the 3 inches of dangly furry out for full display is always fun. You know, my favorite is laying on my back without a bra on. That just feels great. When your boobs just get to like nothing stopping their natural aformous movements. It's like a stretch in itself. I don't know what it is. Feels great. I heard after that was when I started dating ex Mr. Cocky. There was a rumor that we were engaged to other people but still together. I've always been a pretty private person. Like even with my closest like girlfriends, I don't have the instinct to open up. It's not that I don't want to. I just when I have personal problems, I like, harbor them and sit there and boil for like 3 days and then I just don't even think to reach out to people. We've talked about that before. But I remember like the only rumor that ever went around me about in my high school is my one friend Talitha. She was like literally 4'9", bleach blonde, sky blue eyes, and I'm 6 foot, black hair, like dark eyes, like me. And we were best friends because she was my closest neighbor, meaning she was 5 miles up the road in the middle of nowhere, but my closest neighbor, and we were really close. And everybody would spread rumors we were lesbians all the time, and I was like, You guys think that's a rumor? Like, it, at least theoretically, I'd be getting some. Are you jealous? It was bizarre. That was the best they could do. I had nothing because I've always been like, you know, out on my sleeve with my shit. I don't like, I don't know. It's better to deal with it on your own. I don't see how another human being can fix any of it other than just like saying, yeah, that sucks, and knowing it, that doesn't comfort me, so I just don't reach out. I firmly believe it's because when you're a kid, like, if you're not regularly offered a resource as a child when your brain is forming, you just instinctually grow to not seek that resource. So if there's never anyone to ask for help, you stop looking for someone to ask, you just fucking figure it out. And that's kind of what me and all my siblings did. No fault of my parents, they just had to work all the time, like as most parents do these days and all days, for fuck's sake. It's not unique. It's like, you know, I think we were just the beginning of like that latchkey, like parents having to work a ton just to survive, you know? Ooh. In the category of bitch, oh god. I'm sorry I didn't read it out loud. My brain kept reading it and my mouth stopped because it fucked me up. Someone fucked themselves with a lava lamp and it exploded inside of them. How? That's some thick fucking glass. Oh my god. Oh my god, Cocky. I have not had a bath deep enough for my tits to float since I was a child when I didn't have tits. Like, it's basically a pool or nothing for me, man. I'm too tall. I hate it. Pucky, I know that feeling. I mean, I think we all do. I think it doesn't matter how, like how. So, you know, society always deems whatever bodies are perfect. So, like right now, whatever, it's Kardashian butts, but also being really, really thin, having perfect collarbones, but also thick. I don't know. It's very confusing right now, whatever it is. But whatever it is, like, even the person who has that body, I think they're just as neurotically fucked up as the rest of us who don't. You know what I mean? I don't know. My nickname was Beached Whale when I was in middle school. It was a good time. Thank you for the follow, Marty. Welcome. I wasn't fat, by the way, at all. I've looked at pictures of myself when I was a child. I got boobs and I grew tall, which apparently translated to beached whale. School bullying is weird. It is weird because kids are monkey see, monkey do. Little kids, you know, up until, I mean, we have teachers, Cocky. How old would you say kids, at what age would you say kids stop monkey seeing, monkey doing their parents and start rebelling instead? We have so many teachers in chat, I'd rather just ask them instead of spitballing. 41. Kardashian Bus is the name of my Archer soundtrack cover band. Pretty fantastic. Have you heard of Build-A-Bitch? Stop it, what? Anything's a dildo that explodes inside of you if you're brave enough. I remember being told the vagina is technically strong enough to flip a car growing up. What? I have to go take a break. I'll be right back. Just kidding. I have a Jeep. Couldn't flip it. Kids had to tease me about my weight because I closed off from everyone who refused to talk to people unless they talked to me. I kind of did the same, but I think for me it was mostly just because we moved so often. I never became friendly in that aspect because I never had friends. Like, I never stayed anywhere long enough to have a friend. I'm not that comfortable with my body, but I actually don't want to be super secure with myself. I just want to look the way I want and have enough, I guess, defiance to be a thorn in the side of anyone that might be judgmental. Like, that is how I handle depression as well. I think it's what you're describing. Would you disagree? I think it's confidence, because I think that's how I do it too. It's another way of saying it is fake it till you make it. You kind of just keep faking it until you kind of believe it yourself that you are confident. Because I've never seen myself as a confident person. I've seen myself as a faker, but then I was talking to someone recently, really recently actually, I can't remember who it was, and they were like, if you've been faking confidence since you were a child, don't you think by now you're probably confident? And I was like, fuck. Because I don't really think about it anymore, but I come off as confident. Ooh, glut. I'm excited and nervous. The first 40 years of motherhood is the hardest. Well, you know, like, like little kids, they literally just mimic their parents. Their parents say something, the kid will just copy it. And then sometime I think it's like puberty, you know, you start going like, I don't want to be like my parents, and you hate everything your parents like. 11 to 13 is a major shift in a child's mental state from taking it all in to generating their own independent thoughts. I think so too. I think that's like, and so when they're really young and they're bullying, it's because something in their environment at home has taught them that, and that's really sad. I always wonder where that comes from. Like, are parents bullying their kids? Like, are the parents bullying each other? Like, what in their immediate environment teaches them that behavior? My brothers beat the living shit out of me on a daily basis, and I still didn't have I still to this day don't have an urge to make people feel less than me. I'm just worried about my own shit. I got enough going on up here, you know? One of my kiddos in my class is blonde, blue-eyed, and double dimpled. I have double dimples. You can't see them because of the lighting, but it's way bright. I don't know what's going on with my lighting these days. Her mom said, I'm screwed. I at least was picked on, so I have a sense of humor. She's gonna be spoiled. Oh my God. Oof. Oof. I'm such a dork. Every time I hear Kardashians, I have to remind myself it's not a reference to Star Trek. I'm a dork too. I just didn't grow up with TV, so I still haven't seen Star Trek. Is that a person in Star Trek? Or like a race or something? I can't fake it till I make it, but I'm reminded that Ron Jeremy used to do porn. Touche, sir. Touche. Didn't he get arrested for all the sexual shit recently? I think he's in jail now. Smart kids, logical kids, observant kids can rebel as early as they are old enough to talk. No shit. Weird. Interesting. I feel, Erica, I wish I would have done more like child psychology research, because I feel like my sister and I are something on that. Because you guys know I have like 8 siblings, and most of them are dead or super fucked up or in jail. But my sister, my one sister, Sarah, and I have others. I have more sisters. But when I say my sister, I mean Sarah. We somehow got out of the same childhood okay. Just the two of us out of all the siblings. And there's something, it's like an obstinance thing. And I remember learning a very little bit of it when I took my one child rearing year. But I didn't learn enough about it because I really wasn't interested. I didn't really identify with it. And I was just like, fuck it. I don't care about kids. But I wish I would have learned more, because there's something like, you know, they always say you can't help but turn out like your parents. But there's a percentage of children who are born who have this obstinance. They can think at a very, very immature age against what their parents think. And it's weird. And that's the only reason I can think that my sister and I have come out like, okay. You know, nobody's perfect. Guys, you shouldn't have independent thoughts. It's really not healthy for you. I'd be willing to provide you with proper sober thoughts. Oh, please, though. Thinking is so exhausting. So exhausting. So apparently, attractive 5 feet tall, 98 biggish breasts. I wish. I remember in high school being the popular girl and being so fucking lonely because I never knew if someone liked me for my looks because I was popular or because I was... That's really sad. That's really sad. I just didn't have friends. And I thought I smelled or something. Apparently I'm unapproachable. Fuck yourselves. Dude, can you even watch... I wish we could watch Star Trek on stream. I know it's crazy. I love Star Wars. Like, I grew up with just movies. Whatever VHSs my parents purchased. So we had the original Star Wars trilogy. And that was my Bible. Like, I worshipped that. I watched those movies like once a day, every day, all the time. Worshipped. Love that. I could argue Star Wars until the sun goes down. Star Trek, and now I'm beyond, like, I look at it and I'm like, that's really old. It's terrible. A class full of rebels. Oh my God, Cocky, have I told you about this? That my entire, like, and I don't know if this is a phenomena, but I'm absolutely convinced that my exact class, like my graduating class of 2006, there's something wrong with us, because as we moved constantly, I moved every 3 years as a child, and my mom has confirmed this. Every school I went to, my class was shit. It was just bad. Like the bad kids in my class, like in my grade, always. and the kids that were the 1 year below me, so if you graduated in 2007, they were like really popular, cool nerds. They were like hot nerds. And I was like, what? And then the 1 grade above us, they were just like, 90s kids. They were fine though. But my grade, we were all fucked up. If people were doing drugs when we were like 10 years old and fucking and shit. Like in every school I went to. And I don't know what happened in 88, but all the kids in my class were fucked up. Like to the point, I remember when I was in 5th and 6th grade, I had the same teacher because he'd like changed grades, whatever. And the other teachers like in the school of our grade or not our grade, excuse me, would plan a field trip and not tell. They would do it so elaborately that my entire grade wouldn't even know the field trip was happening because they didn't want us to go. Because we were just bad. And I saw it. Like I wasn't necessarily a terrible child. I grew to be kind of a terrible human. But as a kid, I obeyed rules and shit. I was talkative. I could never shut up, but that was about it. Big shocker there. But I remember looking around me and being like, am I in class with kids older than me? Because I remember being in 5th grade and there were kids in my class having sex. And I didn't even know what that was. I don't even think I'd seen a penis yet. And I wasn't sheltered by any means. Like, it was just, am I wrong in that? Like, did anybody else notice that? Kids born in 88, like, we just got fucked up. And I don't know why, though. What happened? I don't think it's our parents' fault. Really? Really, Power? I hope I'm not wrong, because it was, I mean, drastic. Drastic. Blut says, don't be weird. Hi, Chris. How are you? It's not just you. When I was in 7th grade, the 9th graders were so bad, they had to bump the smartest 7th graders straight to 9th to raise test scores. My class is the reason they made it you don't have to pass the science portion of SATs anymore. I'm not even shitting you. It was my graduating class. My class was like half like not just one obstinate child. It'd be like half the class was obstinate boys who would straight up tell the teacher to go fuck themselves. And I'd be like, he just said fuck. Like there'd be this very small cluster of us in the corner like, oh my God. But the rest of my class was just scary. And I never figured out why. But I never felt like, I never had friends in my grade. My friends were always younger or older than me because the people in my grade were just like so fucked up all the time. And I'm not perfect, but damn. 88 was the first Bush era. Maybe that was it. I think at that age I knew about sex, but I didn't think about having sex with another person. I don't even know if I knew about it yet. I think I'd maybe like heard about it from my brothers, because I'm like the second youngest of 8. So obviously I was like exposed, but I don't think I knew what it was or even considered it. Like, I think boys were still kind of icky. I don't think I even was like thinking about cuteness until I was like 6th or 7th grade. Maybe. I don't know. I was too worried about just maintaining a friend, let alone anything else. Still am. I mean, Lavoshka is true. The world is icky, is what we've learned. When I slept with my first, I was going to say girlfriend, but she was... Oh, did she, like, use you? Ew. Were you, like, her experimental stage? I graduated in 88. I think my mom graduated in 72. I didn't really graduate ever. I never walked. I graduated in 06 from high school. That's, like, my official. Everything else was just such a wash. I don't care. Boys are still icky, but in kind of a hot way. That's literally true. It's like boys are still icky, but for some reason, I like the smell of their armpit now. And I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. But also girls, which was very confusing growing up. When your mom's like, someday you'll get married and have kids, I'm like, how do I do that with Becky? And we didn't have the internet, so imagination. I never went through a girls are icky phase. I hated boys because of my brothers. My brothers taught me to hate men. My brothers were so, like my brother Corey mainly, the one that is now impregnated his wife for the 6th time. Another day. That talk is for. They taught me to just hate. Like they literally just beat the living shit out of us when we were kids. It was terrible. I just fear. And to this day, like when I hear a guy yelling or being angry, all the hairs on the back of my neck raise up. I find out who it is and I stay the fuck away from that person. Robin! Thank you. It kind of looks like a sunset when I just noticed that. How do you look at in with eye closed? Thank you. Try to do something new. I try to inspire myself each day, but I run out of ideas, to be honest. I really run out of ideas a lot. I was voted most likely to end up in jail from my class. What the fuck kind of class votes on that shit? Because I didn't belong to any of the cliques and was never in the classes after the first 2 periods. They all got a dose of reality when I walked at my graduation and received both my diploma and my associate's degree. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. So the way that you were minus the associate's degree was how my entire graduating class was. Like, just shitholes. My entire graduating class, 3 people went to college. And I'm not saying college is the be-all, end-all, but usually a good 2 quarters, a good half of your graduating class at least tries to go to school. 3 people, all girls. 3. And not for lack of trying on the school's part. It's just nobody gave a fuck. And it was that way since I can remember, since I was a little kid. I just don't know what happened in my class. Something happened in 88, and the people born in 88 that we ended up wrong in the head. I have no idea how many of my class went to college. No idea what happened to them. They didn't, like, when I graduated high school, they would tell people, what you're doing. My job voted me most likely to use an awkward emoji. We didn't do voting when I was in high school, but when I was in middle school, they did the voting shit for a yearbook, and I was voted most unique, most outgoing, and class clown, which are pretty much the same thing. Big shocker there, huh, kids? Then I was expelled. I love you, Pyro. Have a beautiful day, Honeybean. Best hair? That's pretty good. I did not have good hair in high school, I don't think. I had bad hair. Well, but like everyone born the year of 88 is fucked up. No offense to 88 people, but we fucked. I don't know what happened. More than 3 girls in my graduating class went into porn. How big was your graduating class? So only 32 people walked at graduation, but I believe there was like 40 of us. The rest of them had babies, and they were at the alternative school. I think it was around there was like 42 of us, I think. Small fucking school. I don't think high school is really good for anybody. High school is a miserable time for the teachers and the kids. For going in the military? Really? What a weird thing to fucking pick on somebody for. How did I get expelled? I filled a Diet Coke bottle, an empty Diet Coke bottle with Seagram's whiskey and drank it all on the school bus on my way to school. And then put it in my locker where I had 1/8 of drugs. And my first class was physical education, where, according to my PE teacher, Fred, Mr. Fredrickson, but everybody called him Fred, I filled up the entire gymnasium with my breath. It was a tough year for Katie. Okay, 3 times. I partied hard, but now I'm very boring. I did it all before I was like 16. I got boring fast. Like I became like a housewife when I was like 16, basically, because I just did everything way too soon. And I honestly think it's just because I was the second youngest of 8, so I was way overexposed to my older siblings doing that stuff at the appropriate ages. But I wanted to be cool and I wanted to be like them, so I did it too fast. Don't be Katie. Katie did not think that through. Katie, honestly, to this day, I can tell you why I did it. I was bored. That was it. I was like, this will make school less boring. I remember doing it. I remember going in the pantry and filling it up. Don't remember the rest of the day because that's a lot of whiskey for a tiny body. But yeah, I was bored. I got expelled, and then I had to write a letter to to the superintendent saying, how I was going to grow as a person and never do this again. And then I had to go to I had to go to Alcoholics Anonymous, and I had to go to anger management therapy for like 6 years because they were concerned I was angry, and that's why I did this one thing. Like, I've always been a pretty good kid. Like, I don't have an urge to piss off teachers. Like, I just don't care about you, really. No offense, teachers, just the kind of kid. But yeah, don't do that. Don't be Katie. Like, now I don't drink at all, and I am in bed by 10. I'm really boring. Oh, yes, Lilith. Oh, I can't remember who gifted it to you, but I remember reading your name. Heck yeah. Thank you for coming by to say hello, though. I got my booster on 22 years old, but I got all of it out of my system. Dude, I was done drinking by the time I turned 21. I'm still to this day, I'm pretty convinced the last time I was legitimately super drunk was when I turned 21, my 21st birthday. I just don't like it. Whereas I can get super high and still function for the most part. I might not be able to play a horror game, but I can still like walk and talk and not be raped. Like, I can still punch someone, source have. But alcohol does something else. For having a knife on you, damn. I grew up in a weird school. Like, we didn't get in trouble for knives and guns, but it was really small school, very, very small hunting community, and gun safety was like part of our school curriculum every 2 years. I am a grandma, minus the kids. I think what you really mean is I'm not horribly punishing myself anymore and engage and dude, stop it with the fucking real life shit. You're right though. Honestly, Cattywampus, what I did was I always thought I was a super judgmental person because I would meet someone and at face value I'd be like, I think I like them. I want to be friends with them. And the more I got to know them, the more I just loathed them and did not want to be friends with them. And I was like, there's got to be something wrong with me. It can't be the rest of the world. Like, something inherently in me is making me like want to find these things I don't like in people or something. And then I had this moment where I was like, holy shit. If you project an image to the world, people who like that fake ass image are the ones that are going to approach you for friendship, not the ones that you want to be friends with. So I stopped doing that. All that bullshit. Because that is just not the way to meet nice people. At all. Hi, Tare. How are you, my love? Oh, Cocky's COVID negative. Fuck yes. Cheers to that, ho. That's worth cheersing. 100%. Oh, God. Zoe, I'm very excited and nervous. No rape. I mean, I'm saying, like, I'm a lightweight when it comes to alcohol as well. One beer and you could get me bar dancing pretty easily. Like, I'm loosey-goosey with alcohol. It's terrible. And so a couple beers and I start blacking out moments of the night. Like, I'll be walking through a bar, trying to go to the bathroom, and all of a sudden I'll forget that whole hallway walk. You don't know what the fuck happened there. That's scary. That does not happen with weed. Ever. Period. You might feel terrible, but you're going to remember the whole fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? Well, I saw the eggs coming back out, so they might be making new ones. Cheers. I have like a chapstick chunk. I felt it. I'll drop the pretense. Wait, which pretense? Bar dancing would be a great sight, though. Oh, I'm definitely a jump on the bar and dance when I drink. It's a bad. It's like, like, I don't have many boundaries now, but whatever little filter is in there, couple beers in, and bitch is gone. I fear nothing. I'll jump off a cliff. It's dangerous. Like, I need people around me that are gonna be like, Katie, no, you can't fly. Cake, bitch, shut up. I think that's me too. I was literally just telling Zach a story about this. Was it last night? Like, in our family, when you turn 11, you could start drinking. Like, that's just Irish people, I guess. Thank you for confirming, Cake. It's Irish. You guys know my Nana and extended. They're all, like, fresh off the boat, Ireland Irish. And in my family, like, once you turn 11, on the holidays and shit, you can have a glass of wine with the family or a buttered rum or whatever the fuck they're drinking. And one Christmas, I was 11. But The thing that you don't quite grasp when you're a child is that they start drinking at 8 o'clock in the morning. So I woke up in the morning, Christmas morning, and I put on I know I was 11, very young, because I had I was still wearing my mom's dresses she liked to put me in, like the floofy fucking shit with the white nylons and stuff. And my cousin Maria made me a buttered rum at 8 a.m. And she's like, it doesn't have much rum in it because I know this is your first year. Like, it's okay, just drink it slow. And it was fucking delicious because you could barely taste the rum. But it fucked me up so much that I went to the bathroom to pee. And I remember this being 11. I remember looking at my legs and being like, nylons are skin. And I just peed through my pantyhose. Just said, fuck it. Hiked my dress up. And then I came to and was like, what a fucking foul human, took my pantyhose off and said, fuck it. But, you know, that was a Christmas to remember. The next year, I got my period on Christmas. Santa, what a guy. Cheers. I might be eating chapstick. Dude, knives, I've thought the same thing. And what's interesting is, like, my little sister can drink me under a table. Sarah. And we have the same parents. We have identical parents. But she could drink me under a table easily. She can very, very well drink a couple beers and be totally fine. But I've been this way my entire life. Like, I know I'm a lightweight. Like, super lightweight. But I mean, yeah, like my dad, my biological father, sperm donor is what we call him. He died of alcoholism. Dad was an alcoholic. His mother was an alcoholic. My nana was an alcoholic. Her mother and father, or no, her father was an alcoholic. Her mother was dry as a whistle. It's prevalent. I mean, it's rampant in Irish families. What Americans call alcoholism, they just call functioning day to day. But if that shit was genetic, I would be a superhero of booze. Let me tell you. I don't think it is. I don't know. I'm not a genetics person. Me too, cocky. I haven't drunk since we went to Montana the first time. Not Thanksgiving. I didn't drink at Thanksgiving. Like that one Montana trip, I was like, you know what? I haven't drank in a year. Like, I'll give it a try. I was miserable. I hated it. You know, Kate, and I think that actually happens because that's kind of like Kettle Falls where I grew up. Like, there's literally nothing to do. So people either get pregnant or do drugs because there's nothing. And even if you have a car, you have to afford 2 hours both ways gas just to get to Spokane to go to a mall. Like, and is that entertainment? No, but it is if you're from Kettle. A sad, nauseous drunk? Oh. Trying to think. I don't think I get nauseous while I'm drinking, but the next day, I mean, I'm nauseous the whole day. Even if I'm not hungover anymore, like, don't breathe near me, I'll puke. Like, that shit tips me over. But I get really happy when I drink. Way overshare. Way overshare. Super ecstatic about life. It's a bad time. You went to an all-girls Catholic school? Katie, that explains so much. Would overlook a lesbian being open in the school if she scored 21 goals in her freshman season? Well, to be fair, the Bible doesn't explicitly say lesbians are sinners. It just says that your wife can't lay with anyone else but her husband. But that's just cheating. And really, it didn't say anything about being gay until the 1500s when the Catholics paid some dude to change it mysteriously. Because, you know, a bunch of priests were fucking kids. That's what it originally said. The Bible originally said, thou shalt not lay with children. But all these priests kept fucking kids, and they were like, well, we can't have sinner priests then. So they paid a dude to change it, which is the only reason it says, you know, a man can't lay with a man. But nowhere in the Bible does it condemn lesbians. Yes, I saw it starting on my last break. Are we getting slammed? Awesome. I'm a pretty happy drunk. I don't like to get messy and learn my limits. I just don't like to drink because I feel like if I take it slow, I get hungover before the night's over. And if I keep up drinking, then the next day I'm just a mess. Like I'm just puke storm. What's a crying jag? I'm a happy drunk, super happy drunk. My stepmom would work, come home, drink, sleep, repeat every day since I was 5. What did she drink? If you don't mind me asking. Did you have to install a separate tracking app for Hemper? Yes. But actually, a shit ton of websites are using it now, so I don't feel so bad. I sweated a little bit. I think if my mom wasn't such a control freak, she would be more of a drinker. She refuses to have any kind of buzz. My mom's actually drinking a lot more now, which I'm actually happy for. Um, when I was younger, she told me this, and it's actually me too, which is weird. So my biological dad drank himself to death. He died when he was 49, liver failure and hepatitis from drinking. And his main beverage before the end, at the end he kind of said fuck it and started just drinking half gallons of very cheap vodka from Costco. Uh, or it wasn't from Costco, but it was like similar to, did Kirkland brand alcohol exist back then? Because I know you couldn't buy alcohol at Costco back then. It was in Washington State. It was still privatized. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Anyways, his drink of choice was Budweiser, Bud Light specifically. And I remember in my entire childhood, my entire raising until I was in college, I never saw her take a sip of a drink because alcohol would make her nauseous just because she remembered the smell on his breath of him just like smelling like alcohol all the time. Did you hear the study that suggests links between what your grandparents did to possible issues such as weight anxiety? No. Oh my God, tell me. What? Bible's just a combination of random, loosely related stories by a bunch of random authors, and then later got compiled by one of the. What word is that? Kino, is that a word, or am I just not? Ecumenical councils? Ecumenical? I don't know why that was so hard for me to pronounce. Is that real? What does that mean? Where a bunch of stories got yeeted and the ones they liked were kept. Honestly, the way I felt, we read it all in one year. Like, we really pushed the Bible. It was a little over a year, I think, but we read the whole Bible on stream. You're probably here, Kino, I think. And it was not a fun time. It was funny time, I would say. But what it felt like to me, like looking back on it, I don't remember the exact facts. It feels like it's the exact same story told 3 times by 3 different people on 3 different drugs. Kind of like that video of spiders on crack and then caffeine and then weed. I think it's like they were like, okay, you take heroin, LSD, and then you just get a placebo. That was the sad one. Saul, the one at the end that like hates women. He got nothing. That's what it feels like. It's just the same shit repeated over and over in a worse way, in a more depressing way. It's just like murder, murder, murder. I mean, Jesus, God and love are never mentioned in the same sentence until 17 pages before the end of the Bible. For those who aren't Christians or don't give a fuck, like fun fact you can throw around. Literally, it's 17 pages before the end of the Bible is the first time love and God are mentioned in the same sentence. You're welcome. Jesus is only in the last like 25 pages. Those are the things that blow me away because everyone's so Jesus buck fucking horny. And he's like a very minor character. I mean, if you compared him to Harry Potter, I'd say he's like Peter Pettigrew. He's not even that big. Peter Pettigrew's shit. He's like such a minor dude that everybody like. And granted, he's probably the nicest one in the whole book. But he's the Boba Fett. Seriously, he is. He's the one that like fell in a hole and died, and everybody was like, "But he's the coolest for some fucking reason." Has anybody been watching that show? By the way, it's not bad. I'm catching up on chat, guys. I'm sorry. I'm talking way too much. If your grandparents smoked, you might be more inclined to weight issues. Oh, interesting. Good thing my grandparents didn't smoke. They drank for sure. Well, my grandpa did smoke until his later years. I know he quit though. At this point, I no longer drink to get drunk anymore. I just drink things that taste good. That's me exactly, sir. Seriously. Like if I go out socially with people, there are drinks I love. Like there's one brewery in Washington State called Boundary Bay, and they make an incredible Scotch ale that I die for. Anytime I go home, I will get a fucking Boundary Bay Scotch ale. It's so good. But I can't more than one, and I'd be so full I'd shit my pants. For one thing, they're so filling. Beer in general is for me. I eat like a bird, but yeah, they taste good. There are some drinks, and when you're like on an island, like in a bikini, like a drink tastes nice, but I'm never gonna do it to get drunk. Oh, ecumenical. Am I saying it right? My mouth is dry. Me too, little black dress. I totally sympathize. Totally sympathize. I'm a no filter serious drunk. Me too, but a no filter happy. Like I'm not serious about anything ever because I don't take anything very seriously other than like healthcare and, this pandemic. But I'm honest to a fault, but in a very happy way. I make a lot of friends when I'm drinking. A lot of friends when I'm drinking. It's like the secret to friendship for me. But then the next day I'm like, "Oh, what did I do? Ew, friends." And then I never text them. 6 foot, I get that. Honestly, I love Lagavulin, like Lagavulin or McKellen on a cold winter's night, like tonight when it's snowing. I might pour myself like a little scotch. I'm gonna get a little warm and buzzed off it, but really it's the taste. And it's just you gotta be in the mood for it, but yeah. Cattywampus. You're a mystery treat, B. Have a beautiful night. Evening, day, whatever. It generally means doctrine that represents a lot of different Christian sects. Ooh, which part does? Oh, ecumenical. Oh, thank you. I love learning new shit. I'm gonna write that down. I'm looking at where you actually spelled the real word. I actually subscribe to dictionary.com. If any of you are nerds like me and read books and stuff, or just read, I shouldn't be a snob, read anything. You can subscribe to dictionary.com, and every day they email you a word of the day. And sometimes I already know the word, and it's fine. And sometimes I learn a very strange word I'm never going to use. I lost ecumenical. Ecumenical. Now I'm going to say it too many times. It's not a word anymore. God damn it. Help. An apple wine, but they don't ship out of state? Ugh. I used to live really close to PA. That's depressing. Like the TwitchCon a few years ago, I got super drunk and remembered the entire 2-hour stint in the bar bathroom. Oh no, like puking? Oh. I haven't blacked. I'm trying to think. I haven't blacked out from alcohol in years and years and years and years. Seriously, I don't like to be that way at all. Which is why I like weed, because it's seriously, like, for me, pretty fucking impossible to get there with weed. Like, I'd have to burn my throat out to get there. That sucks. I remember everything. I'd rather remember than not, because then that teaches me I shouldn't drink like that. Is when people in the LGBTQ plus and progressive liberal camps find out I'm not only religious, but go and participate in my local church, why would they be offended by that? That's your business. It's your business. It's your life. You ain't sticking your dick down their throats, Katie Cat. I don't see why they should be upset about you living your life to its fullest. People need to get their own business. That's all I have to say. I see it's 4:20. I think I have a really sad bowl, but I'm going to do my best. I think I can hit it. Cheers. See what happens when your lighter gets hot and that flame gets huge? Suddenly I have no more lighter fluid. Cheers. I would love that keynote. That's what I was pointing and smiling about if my sign language was terrible. I think theology is really interesting. I took a class on theology when I was in college by choice, and I took one on just literally on Islam. It was literally called Islam. That was the class, and we read all the literature, and it was fascinating. I think it's really interesting. You don't have to believe in a religion to study it by any means. And you don't have to, like, I think you can believe in God and still question things that people supposedly say he believes in, because everything was written by humans. Like, most Christians agree with me on that. Like, humans are fallible and lie. Cheers, Wobbly. Thank you.
Thank you for the resub.
The only time I blacked out was when I was 22 and finished a fifth of tequila. You know, I did something similar when I was like 19, 18, 19, but I don't think I blacked out. I think I ended up hooking up with a really hot girl named Sam. She liked football and I liked football at the time. So, what are you gonna do? But I don't think I blacked out. I think the last time one of the very few times I ever blacked out was when I got super drunk with ESO devs at PAX West. To the point where my ex, Brian, had to stick a toothbrush down my throat and activate my puking mechanism for the rest of my life. Yay. But seriously, he was worried I was going to die because I drank so much. But they challenged me. Don't challenge me. Excuse me. Ew, I agree. It was bad. Too many bad memories, same. And I mean, I just don't have the space in my body. I used to drink to pass blackout, hoping my ex would leave me alone. Oh, Katie Cat, please promise me you'll never do that to yourself again. That's so horrible. You don't deserve that. I was a lot smaller than I am now, build-wise. I think I was the same weight I am now. I had like my one little fat year where I got really, really big because I was in a bad relationship, blah, blah, blah. But most of the time I've been around the same size. But I think my body composition was different. I'm so much more muscle now. Whereas back then, I strictly did like insane amounts of cardio because I was just obsessed with being thin as opposed to just running for my mental health. Whereas now, what happens with running, for those of you who don't give a fuck, I'm here for you.
Welcome to the classroom.
Tom, I'm sorry you have a headache. I won't do anything. There's nothing I can do. I hope you feel better. Drink water. Thank you for the resub. I do run a lot now, but I don't, I used to run like 7 miles a day regularly, which is, I don't think, really healthy for anybody my size, my height. Chief, bitch. Thank you for the resub.
I want to listen to that song. I'm not gonna sing.
Stop it. Stop it. It's a really good song. Talks about a green leaf. It's fine. It's about weed. I can't sing on stream. I hate everything. Anyways. National Texas Day? What the fuck does that mean? What does that even mean? Why, though? I'm glad, Dead Kel, for fuck's sake. It's like the you're angry thing, which ends up making me angry. Oh, I feel that. Barfing Panda, have a good work night. Be safe, please. Don't let strangers touch you. And press charges. Oh, you did. You're in a better place than you were. That's all that counts. And as long as you don't, like, it sucks when you're in an abusive relationship because you want to forget it. You want to move on, forget it, and not relive the trauma, but you have to keep part of it with you so that you don't repeat your choice in human. Because an abusive human never, they never present as abusive, usually. Unless you're into that kind of thing. Like, usually it's a hidden thing that comes on later, and you have to keep that with you so you can, like, recognize it and not repeat yourself. That's hard. Oh, yes, they're running. Sorry. I knew there was a thought. That's why I was scanning chat. I was like, someone will say something that'll jog my memory. So, with cardio activity, like when running, let me think for a second. I'm a why person. I gotta start at the beginning. So, when you're working out, there is a state of cardio activity or a heart rate zone where you are burning fat, basically. Your heart rate isn't too high, so your body is not like actively using too much of the glucose, which is your immediate like get up and go kind of molecules that you want to use when you're sprinting and shit like that. versus when you're running at high speeds for extended amounts of time, like 7 miles every day, all the time, and I'm keeping my heart rate like 180 for an hour at a time, that actually burns muscle instead of fat. So you'll see a lot of people like I was trying to think what they're called, like figure bodybuilders, figure what are they called? There's a name for it. It's figure bodybuilding, figure modeling. They like look at the size of every muscle in their body, and if they bulk up one muscle group too much, they'll actually run on treadmills for hours and hours and hours to eat up that muscle again. Fitness models, is that what they're called? I don't know why it's escaping me right now. No shaming at all. I've just watched these things before because I've always been into like health shit. And I've noticed that when they get too bulky, they'll run it off. So like when I was in college, I would do these insane 7 mile runs all the time because all I was looking at was my little calorie counting watch and how many calories I was burning because I was obsessed with being thin. I'm thinner now than I ever have been, and I don't give a fuck what I eat anymore. It's crazy how this works. But that's all I would pay attention to. So it was like, if your watch senses that your heart's burning at a really, really high rate for extended periods of time, of course you're burning more calories, but it's not really telling you where those are coming from. And what happens is if you're doing like say now what I do like a 2 to maybe 3 mile run every morning ish. And it's like a casual, like it's more trail running. Like I more find like back roads and stuff to run as opposed to mapping it. I don't wear a watch anymore. Like I don't count anything anymore. I map it on my phone just to know how far I've gone because I like numbers. Um, Now, because I don't do those extended runs, so what happens is in your body, you have a glucose energy store that is meant for get up and go. It's immediate energy that you can burn and use instantly. Your muscles can use it. I'm trying not to be too detailed. This is why I keep stuttering. I'm like, don't go into that. You don't need to know about this shit. Um, And then what happens is when you do those extended runs that are you're just keeping the same pace and your heart rate's burning really fast, you use up those glucose stores so early in your run that your body has to seek out things to burn, right? Like or you collapse. And I'm sure you guys have looked at like runners' bodies. They tend to be very lean. And so what our bodies start to do is they start to eat muscle. In an anorexic, for instance, on an extreme case, what happens is when you no longer have any body muscle, your body eats your heart because it's a muscle. It's the last thing, but your body will start to eat your heart to survive. It's pretty crazy. So I think now I'm able because I've always been naturally just muscular in general. Back then, I think I was actually burning muscle off. And so, like, clothes just fit differently. I didn't feel as toned, whereas now I feel more solid than I ever have. It's just weird. I think it's just body comp, honestly.
Welcome to the classroom.
Absolutely, David. Yes. And the best is to jog or fast walk if you really can't jog and keep your heart rate down, which is totally reasonable. Some tall people, like our heart is really high up. We got a lot of gravity and shit working on that, and our body's got to jack. Like if you're 6 foot and over, your heart works really hard to get blood all up and down this business. And running is harder. Robo Blake, thank you for the resub, lover. Um, but some people that are usually shorter, smaller people that weigh less, they can jog and maintain a really low heart rate just naturally. That's perfect. Um, it depends on you and it depends on your height and all this other stuff. But in general, you want to keep your heart rate under 130, between like 90, 130, depending on what your natural heart rate is too. Like my natural heart rate is like 50. I'm like a corpse. It's genetic in my family. I'm not special. We all have really low blood pressure, low heart rates. We're like cold, corpsey women that grow really tall. It's weird. I'm a Taltos. Holy shit. Anyways, um, if you can't do that though, if jogging, no matter what, your heart rate goes really high, as it does for pretty much anyone over like 5'9", 6 foot. Interval running, what also called HIT. I can't remember what HIT stands for. It's HIIT. That was a really big program a lot of people were doing. But yeah, interval running. So like jogging for 3 minutes, walking for a minute. Jog for 3 minutes, walk for a minute. It's literally so you jog just long enough to get your heart rate over like where it starts peaking over the weight loss, over that 130, 140. And then you walk for as long as it takes to get your heart rate back to normal. And the energy it takes to get your heart rate back and forth is burning fat. and not muscle without going into all the calcium channels and bullshit that's swirling in my brain like a chaos of stoned nonsense right now. High intensity interval training. Thank you, Zoe. Walking is the best thing you can ever do for your body. Running is terrible. Don't be me. I'm addicted. I'm seriously addicted. I've been running for way too long at this point. I can't stop until I literally can't run anymore. Walking is the best ever. Like, whenever I go on vacation and walk constantly just all day from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m., I lose weight like crazy. It's so weird. I probably don't eat enough as well, but you know, I definitely eat more on vacation. I'm working on getting my 15K under 70 minutes. My 10K is 39:30. That's pretty good. See, and you're tiny. I don't ever time myself anymore. Not because I'm not tiny. That has nothing to do with it. I tend to develop a little bit of a numbers obsession. I have OCD. I'm medicated and shit, but there's regardless of how medicated you are and how much therapy you go to, you have to learn behaviors that you take with you throughout life so that you don't instigate bad behavior that is a result of the way your brain is just miscalculating things. And one of my things is numbers. I don't have a scale in my house. Like, I haven't weighed myself in like 10 years. I can't. It becomes like a game that I can't beat because I die at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter if I look good or if I'm at the good weight. It just becomes, I got to beat that next number. I'm way too video. Maybe it's video games that did that to me. I'm a little number obsessive, so I stay away from shit like that. Was the same with my runs, which is how I ended up. It was all because I could say to someone I ran 7 miles a day. Because in the running community, it's big. Where do you run though? How do you run? What are you running? What was your latest race though? Like, it's very pretentious. Another reason I don't like racing. But I find that running to me is all about the catharsis I get from my brain shutting off about a mile in. And that's all I give a fuck about. I don't care how far I went. I don't care who knows I did it. I don't care what kind of shoes I was wearing. Like, I get that moment of like peace where my brain isn't in panic mode and all I'm thinking about is my step breath, or it's step breath, step breath. That's it. And it only lasts for a little bit, but it is so worth it for me. It's just everything. And it's the only way I get it, really. Hi, Miniman. Hello, love. How are you? Oh, I want to stop and say, keep your head up and always smile. You have one of the most genuine smiles I've ever seen. That was really nice to say. I worked really hard on that. Thank you. I'm not going to cry. You are. Motorcycles, absolutely. Totally get it. I grew up on dirt bikes. Used to love dirt biking. Such a good feeling. It's pennies with me and pennies? Oh, I see what you're saying. You can't pass a penny and not pick it up. I'm not too bad about that. I don't have anything too weird anymore. I was more like ritualistic. My best example, the one that I remember the most when I was a kid, is connecting to the internet. We had like, ancient ass fucking dial up shit. And we had CompuServe USA. And I remember it was terrible. I mean, it would connect like 1 out of every 500 tries. I would like make rituals. Like, if I didn't look at a certain pixel, or if I stared at the one broken pixel on the screen, it would connect. Or if I turned my chair around and stared at the other wall and stared at this one piece of spackle that I could see on the wall for a certain amount of seconds without counting or looking at a watch, then it would connect. Like, it went way deeper. Those are just some examples. I started doing shit like that. It always had something to do with shit I couldn't control, I think. A lot of my childhood was crazy, so nothing was under control. So, kids will naturally seek control and pattern and routine where they can find it, because as mammals, we like it. It's safe and, like, secure. And, like, I moved, like, 50 times before I was 7 years old. It was crazy. Not really. Like, 6 times. I don't know. A lot. I have 2 scales just up against my couch. Never use them. I know how I think I should look. I go by my clothes now, really, is how I feel. I find that, like, honestly, it's not even a problem, but that's kind of how I got rid of the scales and stuff. Like after I lost my weird bad relationship weight and got back to feeling regular about myself, it was more just like if I felt uncomfortable in my skin, like I kind of knew something was going on. Like either I was losing weight or gaining weight, either way. And then I'd actually look at myself. But other than that, I just stopped focusing on it. It was kind of like how I faced makeup. I stopped wearing thick layers of like insane Estee Lauder double wear makeup and started focusing on skincare and like just taking care of the skin I got. And then I didn't need makeup. It just makes me more. I always like, I strive for the most low maintenance life possible, hence tarantulas. But seriously, like the more I can make my day easy, the better. And makeup was just something that I like got into and then couldn't get out of because it destroyed my skin. And then I felt so self conscious not wearing it. It was weird. It was a weird cycle I went through. Minimin, yes, go work. There it is. Unappreciable. Unappreciable. What? Unappreciable. Unappreciable. I was gonna say, Knives, you said you have a tattoo on your chest that says like "speak the truth." Did you know the Russian word for truth, or like honesty, or whatever you want to say? It's one of my favorite Russian words. It's pravda. It's one of my favorite Russian words. I always liked it. I don't know why. You know how there's just some beautiful words in the world? That one's always stuck with me. I'm not like obsessed with the word. I just always thought it was pretty. My daughter's kind of ritualistic. Should I get her evaluated? No, man. I mean, if you can notice the rituals, um, like look at maybe why they're like, honestly, I'm not a psychologist. Therapy is always an amazing option, but usually it comes from a lack of control in their own personal life or a lack of privacy. Like my mom would remove the door from my bedroom if I closed it. And like a young teenage girl who's menstruating and wearing bras and has boobs, she should have a door, probably a lock. Like that's when you start having your own identity. And I just had no sense of privacy, along with having 8 siblings. Like you just have no constant. Every day was a fuck story. So that was where my rituals came from. It was I could control these fake things in my head. I wasn't really controlling anything. One of the other ones I would do, I had to touch a corner of my mirror every day before I left for school. Otherwise, my mom would die while I was at school. And if I forgot to touch that corner of the mirror, the whole day would be a blackout because I would just be like, "Is my mom dead?" And I would go to the office of my elementary school and call my mom's respiratory therapy department, which I could still recite the phone number to this day. I won't. Don't call that number, but I could. It's sick. Like that's the shit that I would do when I was a kid, and it was just like the lack of any pattern or just like any routine. Like I didn't wake up with the same person in my house every day. I didn't go to the bus stop with the same person every day. Like just simple shit like that for a young 5-year-old or 6-year-old. Like that's really vital to just who you're going to become. It's around bedtime and food. She's only 5. Yeah, dude. I mean, I'll never say no to therapy. I think everyone should have a therapist from day one. Like if anything, it's preventative. You know what I mean, Kills? You know how I feel about that shit. Like I think preventative medicine in general, I think is like the best case scenario. Like even if nothing's severely wrong, like maybe she just needs maybe someone to talk to could just be awesome. Girls are complicated, and I'm not saying boys aren't, and I'm not saying all the other genders in between aren't, because transgender men are men, transgender women are women. The non-binary and asexual folks owe us nothing at all. Imagine. Be your truest form. I love you. But the female organ born with, we tend to have the chemical makeup makes us a little fucking nutters. You know? If you were like assigned, let's say assigned female at birth, meaning you got the ovary bullshit going on. It does something in your head. Like we are a little, and I know it. Like I felt it. I was very conscious of it when I was a kid, like happening in my head. Like suddenly it was like a lightning storm would go off. Whereas before, a year before, things just made sense. And now nothing made sense. And it was really weird. So I think everybody should go to a therapist, no matter what. But I mean, I know she a little girl, and we fucked.
Hail Satan! Hail Satan!
Thank you. Exactly, a little bit stress. I mean, one of my therapists I had, like, after I got expelled from school, I definitely didn't need a therapist. I didn't need an anger management therapist. I wasn't angry, I was bored. There's a difference. But I went to an anger management therapist, but she was, like, kind of a new agey therapist, you know? Like, she wore, like, flowy hippie skirts and, like, batiqued pretty scarves, and she was very natural, you know? And I really liked her. I thought she was so cool. I love hippies. Like, I always have. I grew up kind of around, like, that kind of person. Again, no control, moved a lot. Weird ass gypsy kind of nomadish child life. Trying to keep her happy and healthy, right? Like, it can't. Here's the thing, Kills. This is the way I would look at it. It can't hurt. There is no downside to your daughter talking to a therapist for an appointment at all. And that's kind of where I was going with this. So when I got expelled, part of the, like, stipulations to go back to the school district, because for one thing, it was my first year there, so they didn't know me, and, like, all they had to experience was me getting expelled, and then my older brother Corey, the one who was on his sixth child in and out of prison, pills, not well, was the other one in the school district, so they didn't have a great impression of my family thus far. So I had to, like, write an essay, go do a meeting with the superintendent. I had to go to AA meetings as an eighth grader. How old was I? 13, 14. It was weird. I was so embarrassed. Everybody there was so much older than me. And I didn't drink regularly. Like, I was bored. Anyways, one of the things I had to do was go to this anger management counselor. And she was so, like, good at sneaking shit into a conversation that would just mysteriously boost my confidence. I'm trying to think of an example, like, shit that would, like, slap me in the face. Like, when you're a teenage girl, you know, you're kinda, like, sassy and you think you're really smart, you know? You know. Anybody out there with kids, how the fuck do you handle the stage in your child's life where it's, "I know, I know, I know, I know, dad, I know, mom, I know, okay, I know, I know." Shoot me in the face. I would've punched me right in the face. By the way, Stronlin, you have low blood pressure too? Is it genetic? Wait. It just flew. The chat just updated super fast, but weird. I wonder if that's a thing. Because that was the same. My Nana, like, she was very, very overweight, like, obese. But all she did was drink and eat chocolate at the end. And to be honest, that's all I'm gonna do. So more power to her. Still had the blood pressure of, like, a corpse. It was crazy. Can you imagine two Flaws? Can you imagine two Katies? Oh wait, my sister exists. We're officially in the end. Hi, Kinger. How are you? Maybe boys just have a different set of fucked up. I think so. That's what I was saying. I don't think it's only I can just speak to the assigned female at birth. I can speak to that. I cannot speak to the assigned male at birth. I'm sure you guys have your own fuck up. Like, I watched my brothers all go through just that toxic masculinity, and it really fucked them all up to this day. I mean, that's why my brother Corey is the way he is to this day. And it breaks my heart. I mean, I get so mad, angry about it, because once someone's an adult and has their life, like, you can't just come in and fix shit. You just gotta, like, be there and hope they do it on their own. It's just, hi, Alchemy, my love. How are you? Aw, I would flop with you. I wouldn't flop on you. I might kill you, but near you. As I've never been to a therapist, I'm weird. It's different for everyone. No, I totally get it. Honestly, for me, a lot of what a therapist does is trick me almost. It sounds so bad. You guys know I talk for a living. Talking is kind of like my thing. It's how I get out of shit my whole life. It's how I, have survived. I talk. I can get along with people. And my therapist now and the good ones I've had before, they disarm me, but without me even knowing it. So I don't even have a chance to, like, put my hackles up and start being sarcastic or funny or something, something stupid, some subconscious defense mechanism I've developed from years of trauma and whatever. And that's the shit that, like, sticks for some reason. Those are the people that really I like to, and I just enjoy talking to them for some reason. I don't know. Like, that one, she just had these ways of, like, she, like, kills. For example, I remember when I got expelled, I was on the basketball team. I don't know if I ever told you guys that story. When I moved to the school, this was my first year here, my 8th grade year, the year I got expelled. It was, like, my first day. PE was the first period, and I threw a football, and it, like, went across the gym, and everybody was like, "Oh my god, this super tall bitch can throw a football." And the next day, my locker had jerseys in it for all the sports that females were allowed to play. Like, I didn't even get an option. They were just like, you're really tall. So I played all the sports. Miserable. I fucking hated it. If I could go back and unregister from every school sport, I totally would. But I did it all. But I was playing basketball, and I remember the first day with this therapist, she was like, you seem kind of smug. Because I was being kind of a smug bitch, as you are when you're 13, 14, hyped up on hormones and life. And I was like, well, I don't have to play basketball anymore. And she was like, what do you mean by that? You don't have to play anymore. And I was like, well, I'm expelled. That means I can't go play sports or anything. I can't literally do anything. And in my town, right after school ended, like in June or whatever, we always had this like basketball tournament down Main Street. Small town. We're talking like this town is like 30 years behind all the other towns. Just so you guys know this, very small town. It's called Hoop Fest. Can't believe I remember that. It's called Hoop Fest, and because I was expelled, I could not participate, but they depended on me because I was like tall and decent. And I didn't look at it that way though, because I was a selfish little bitch, and I was like, I don't have to play basketball anymore. Fuck them. And she was like, well, what are they gonna do now that you're not on the team? And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, what are all those other girls gonna do that we're gonna play? And I just sat there and I was like, how dare you make me think of other people? I'm a selfish 13, 14-year-old bitch. She just did shit like that I wasn't ready for as a kid. That just was like, I don't know. They know how to talk to a kid. Like, that's their job, right? I mean, that's what they do. And I was not as young as your daughter, granted. Like, there's different ones for whatever age, but pity the man. Jesus, dude. Small schools. It's because that's how they survive is off sports. I think we've talked about that a little bit, David. Like, they, in the United States of America, if you are a public school, meaning you're government funded, you have to either prove that you have to prove your school is like doing something. And this was before standardized testing was really like a thing. Like it existed, but you didn't have to pass yet. I think my class was the last one that didn't have to pass. Now you have to pass, but now you don't have to pass. I don't know. They dumbed it down. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I don't know what's happening. But um, another way, if your school's not really like my school, no one wants to live in fucking Kettle Falls, Washington. It's at least a 2-hour drive by your personal vehicle because there is nothing else. At least 2 hours to the nearest mall where there's anything but a Walmart. At least. No one wants to live there. So if no one wants to live there and you can't really pay anyone good money to live there, then you're not really getting a great population of people to teach, right? And so our grades were like, we usually had like 1 or 2 smart kids in the class, and then the rest of us kind of fucked off. And like most of the kids, granted, they already had a farm they were going to inherit from their dad. You know, it was that kind of village town. Like most kids were in FFA, Future Farmers of America, is like a thing, or 4-H is what I did. And our town, because we had nothing, we had no grades, we had no good teachers, we had no population at all. What they did is sports is how we like managed to stay alive. And so they would push the kids that were like physically ept into sports, and at a certain point you just felt this intense guilt if you didn't play, because there was a huge chance your school would just shut down, and then all those kids were gonna have to travel an extra 45 minutes to the next town to go to every school, like elementary through high school. And it was real. Like, it was real pressure. I mean, it's called a levy. And basically, if enough teams do well in sports, then you can prove to the government you've done something. And then the government gives you your levy or your loan to pay your teachers and actually keep your school running for the next year. Usually it lasts like 2 years, I think. And then I don't remember anymore. It might have been every year, but I think it's every 2 years. And then you have to do it again. And it was just like, I mean, guilt on a 16-year-old like that is not healthy. I'm not justifying it anyway. This is not good. Like, but this is what's happening in, I think, a lot of places where schools really push sports like that. I think that's why. It's just all on like them trying to keep open or get funding in any way at all. Why would your sister choose to move to Kettle Falls? Does she work? Where, how, and when? I'm Joe Rogan size. No one wants me on their sports ball teams. I mean, you'd be a great jockey. Oh my god, cynical. My dad would say, "Where does it hurt?" And then he'd grab it and he'd squeeze it as hard as he could. Or if there wasn't like a visible injury, he'd say, "I will give you something to cry about." To which you would stop crying. Your face hurts. Had to have my last baby tooth. Oh my god, you still had a baby tooth? Oh my god. That's so precious. You're the town hope, Katie. Seriously. I mean, it was, and honestly, my softball team, I'm not saying, I'm not doing this to like build myself up. We're talking high school, which you would have to literally like threaten my little sister's life to make me ever go back to do any form of school ever in my entire life. But my softball team won state every year. And I mean, quitting that, I did quit my senior year. I quit playing softball to work. I wanted a job. I wanted a car and independence. Fuck me, right? And I kind of got to this point where I was like, I'm not gonna do this in college. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. But I mean, I remember when I quit sports, my basketball coach, he used to call my house like personally to talk to my parents. He has not spoken to me since the moment I quit sports. None of my coaches. My sister came up playing sports. They wouldn't even acknowledge my existence. My little sister Sarah, who's my clone, mind you, we're identical. They just called her Larson as they called me Larson. I don't know if they were like pretending it was happening over again. I don't know. It was weird. They took it so personally. They're still open, by the way. The school is still open. I don't know how. Your dad said that too? Great. Why? She's a realtor? Oh, okay. No, that makes total sense. That place is kind of blowing up for rich people on the water. Did I tell you, Spiffy, that happened to my parents' property right before they moved? Hi, I just saw you in Labyrinthine. Oh, did I die? Was it awesome? My hair's a little shorter. Did it happen? Yep, I'll give you something to cry about. And it's not our dad. I mean, my dad wasn't slapping me across the face. He would just like, give me a noogie or like do that thing where he makes one knuckle in his hand stick out really far and then jab it in your leg so it hits a nerve and just makes your leg hurt for a second. He's just a bully. I had 3 older brothers, so when he got me and my sister, he basically just did it over again. He didn't know what to do with girls. I imagine that PE would still be a thing outside of like the football team. Oh, don't you pay for the school through taxes? Should something like sports or extracurriculum stuff just be based on the interest and demand of the students? I agree. Yes. I think it's kind of like a problem that exponentiates itself. You know, like kids look up to the older kids. So if you do it with one generation, then the younger generations are going to play sports really hard because they want to be like that older generation. So you're like, well, this is what we're good at. I think. I don't know. My dad was beating my ass. My dad only did it a few times. He didn't, but he died when I was super young. That was the only blessing I got out of life, really. And I say that seriously. Hi, Vile. How are? I'm not working. Who are you? It's snowing here, pummeling us. PE's actually been dropped from a lot of schools in the US, I've noticed. It's kind of weird. And I don't know what happened. Like, but I've noticed a lot of kids will be like, oh no, it's an elective. And I'm like, wait, you don't go outside all day? What? I loved PE. That was like the only time of day I got to like scream and run. Hi, Netter. How are you? Thank you. I did it myself. Dude, the Pigman's a horror story. I kind of wish there was a romantic, like, moment between my character and their character. But you know what? Beggars can't be choosers. Oh, dude. So, Spiffy, what happened was when my parents lived there, so I grew up on Lake Roosevelt, which is like essentially a river, a very wide, insanely large branch of the Columbia River in Washington State. And when my parents bought that property, they bought like 10 acres on the lake, like lakefront. No one owns the beach. There's like this 13-foot, what do they call it? It's a 13-foot line. And it's like the state owns all the land under the lake or under the river. And it's from this certain line. Eavesment, thank you. That's the word, the eavesment. And it's like, it was 13 feet. So we owned up until the beach, whatever. Semantics, nobody cares. But they bought that 10 acres, nothing on it. I think they bought it for like, I want to say under 20 grand. I mean, beachfront. And mind you, literally like a 5-minute walk on the beach, and there was a public boating dock. So we could just dock our boat there and go fishing 24/7. We didn't have to have our own dock. So this was like prime real estate, no pun intended. They bought it for super cheap, built a mansion on it because they made really good money in Seattle. We moved there. They made no money. You guys know the rest of the story. But anyways, after I moved out, the state came in and rezoned all the land along Lake Roosevelt. Mind you, there's not very many people living along this lake. Like it's so far from any town. Nobody really lives there that has kids or anything. And now it's considered, I want to say it's not retirement, resort land or something. It's being taxed as like resort land. So their taxes like tripled, which is why they moved. They moved the fuck back over to the Seattle area. They were like, fuck that. To live in the middle of nowhere with no internet, like barely any reception for anything, 2 hours from the nearest hospital, fuck no. It was crazy. I just pulled a thread from my sock, and now I can make it into a toeless sock. Oh my god. I did that one time, and that's why I don't pull them. I don't pull it anymore. Did you find the links by any chance of the... No! It's gone. It's literally... That list is gone. I swear to God. I swear to fuck. I searched so hard for that list. I have to remake it, which means hunting these down, which is totally fine. I will do this. It's just going to take me a little bit. Oh my god, is your sister in Rice? You don't have to tell me. Is it Rice, though? There's so many piece of shit tiny towns along the river. I could go forever. Hunters. Oh, you already told me that. You already told me Hunters. Yep. I remember my sister who used to have softball games in Hunters, and we would drive there, and I was like, where's the school and the people and the houses, though? Like, they had a gas station, but it was closed every time we went. Like, it was, like, always broken down and for sale. It was so weird. Mayo, my gay. How are you, love? I just learned that Wordle was sold to the New York Times for the low millions. I still can't figure out what the fuck Wordle is. But good for them. It ruined my Twitter feed for a bit. I love fingerless gloves. I have a pair. They're amazing. A wonderful member of the community made them for me. You have a bar and a restaurant, but no gas station? Where's your closest gas? Damn. I mean, as a realtor, though, she's going to make bank out there. Like, there's so many. I think Jack Black actually bought a plot of land right by my parents. I'm not even making this up. Like, Lake Roosevelt is, like, hot shit for people that don't have to work. But if you ever work anywhere, that's literally what my parents did. They made great money on the West Coast, bought some cheap land, built a mansion for cheap, moved there, and then they were like, oh, shit, the jobs pay like shit. No shit. So then my mom had to commute to Seattle to work. Literally, while we lived in Eastern Washington the whole time. It was crazy. You have to drive to Fruitland? Damn. My dad lived in Fruitland for a while. He was working there. Wordle is the new Sudoku. Yeah, but nobody flooded my timeline with Sudoku. Wow, I'm shaking my table a lot. It must have moved. Also, earthquake. No, it must have moved. I had it firmed. I didn't know lingo either. No, Netter, I was saying it's gone, so I'm gonna remake it. It's gonna take me a bit because I literally have to go through my clothes, but I want it, so I'm gonna do it, and you guys will get it. But it was just gone. Like the whole I would never have deleted it. It would have been stupid. There's no way. It's just gone. I don't know where it is. It's so weird to talk to someone who knows where fucking Fruitland is. Considering the population of people over there, it's so weird. I know what Wordle is. It's when you post a series of cryptic squares on Twitter like you've all been body snatched and are taking in some secret alien language. We're in the same brain waves, David. Same waves, my dude. It's so bizarre to me. Like, I've never seen it's I just don't okay. I play games on my phone too. I just haven't put them on Twitter yet. Netter, of course. Well, there was a lot of people on my channel that really depended on those lists, and as a person who has a really hard time clothing her very long legs, I sympathize. I would want someone to do the same for me. I try to be the person I needed growing up, you know? Oh, we should take a break. What time is it? Jesus. We should take a break. It's break time. I don't know what it is. I mean, it just, are you getting pleasure from it? Do other people get pleasure from it on Twitter? Like, I don't want to discourage people from doing something that brings them happiness, but also, like, what are you doing? What's going on? You know? What's happening? Is this like people in the MySpace days when they were like posting their like top 5 whatevers? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. I'm an old posting Wordle stuff. Yeah, I don't know what Wordle is though. Well, I don't want like it's cool though if when you post on Twitter other people are commenting and being like, "Oh dude, I did," and they're all enjoying themselves, then I don't want to discourage something like that. Like I'm going to ignore your Twitter account for a bit because I don't get it. But it's no hate. I just didn't even know what it was. But David and I are thinking the same thing, so I get it. It's cool. I understand now. Weird Tetris. I like Tetris. So I don't. Okay. Is when people take pictures of their food. Hey, I've been guilty of taking pictures of my food, but usually it's because it tastes incredible. I've never taken pictures of my food before I even put my mouth around it. It's like getting married as a virgin. Oh! It started snowing, so I couldn't get the dogs back in. They wouldn't come inside. Poor guys. Seriously, it just started snowing a ton, and they're so hyped about it, they didn't want to come inside. I had to kind of drag them inside. I felt bad, but it's fine. There's snow all the time. They just get excited about the new snow. Hello, Lizzie. How are you? Get my fucking headphones in. Oh, bitch farts. Sales. I'm working on actually getting up earlier and not coughing up mucus every day, so I'll get there someday. It's okay. Ooh, was it nice? Sleep well though, Sales, please. Thank you for the resubs, Lizzie. I didn't realize I muted that. Dude, my spiders are so weird. Nobody cares. They're just weird. I canceled my appointment tomorrow because I'm not driving in this shit. Dude, it's coming down. Trying to catch up. This music's pretty good, huh? It's the music from Bastion, which is a super good game by Super Giant. A super good game by Super Giant. I was trying to find a thing. I was trying to find papers so I could roll a joint, but I guess not. Katie Cat, thank you for the resub, love. Aww. That's pretty precious. I mean, your children are probably perfect, right? Everybody's children are perfect. Everybody's children. I'm on a projector. Wait, that would lower the quality, right? I'm safe. Dreamonic, me too. I'm glad I've been able to stream. I feel like my life is just chaos all the time. So, yeah, that's it. I was going to say something more flowery, but it's really just, it's just chaos all the time. Wait, people still believe in the 5G thing? Wait, what? No. No. Hi, Bless OB. How are you, love? I mean, if it's not a founded belief, like if there's no foundation in the belief for such amount of time, I assumed, although Christianity exists. Shit. I see my papers. 1 second. I knew I saw them recently, and I can see them right now. I feel that. There's a really cool town I used to go to. What was it called? It was on one of the islands out in the Seattle area, you know, in the San Juans. There's a million islands. But one of them had this really cool witchy shop that we used to go to when I was a kid and get our new age stuff. Netter, that's, I mean, yeah, I basically just, yes, I am a silly CK. I know. I know. What's a Lars toilet? Help. Oh, he knew she was going to say no? What? He knew she would say no and did it anyways? That honestly, if someone proposed to me in a super public area, I'd say no too, because that means you don't know me at all. Not because of the proposal, partially, but mostly because you don't know shit about me. That's what you thought was a good idea. Do you guys want to see how to roll a blunt? Seriously? Well, a joint, I guess. I don't do blunts because I don't like to buy the tobacco, but you actually want to see. It's pretty quick. I have to say, Millie taught me, like, out of necessity. Amelia Tyler, when I was visiting her, she rolled me joints, and then at a certain point she was like, Katie, I'm going to stop rolling these. Now you can't smoke unless you roll it yourself. And so I had to learn. It was messy and horrible and just a terrible time. Ugh. Let me get the papers real quick. A joint is tobacco with weed. A blunt is just weed. Here, a joint is usually just weed with a paper of some kind that's not tobacco formed. A blunt is usually an emptied out cigar. So usually a cigar is wrapped in those huge tobacco leaves. So we'll like unpeel that big old leaf off and then roll just weed into that leaf. That's a blunt. And then a spliff would be tobacco and weed. At least in America. At least where I've been. The Lars toilet. Who owns that? Who? Why? I have so many questions. Don't blend. What do you mean? Put tobacco with weed? Not often. Usually the only people that do that are smokers. Like people that smoke cigarettes regularly will do that if they're going to smoke at a party. That's the only people I've ever seen do that though. I don't have any shit to roll a blunt. Like I'd have to go buy a cigar. Like who the fuck keeps a fresh cigar around? I'd have to do it. No, knives, honestly, rolling a blunt, I think you have to do. And then it's almost like the ghost pottery movement. Like if I see you fucking up, I tighten it with your hands to show you. Because it's about feel. It's not about like how it looks. It's about how it feels. I think it's the same with a joint too. Really? Gypsy. Well, I'm gonna roll a joint. Everybody wants to see me roll a joint. We missed 420. It's 422. We're terrible. I could pack a bowl. I'm kind of low on weed though. You know, the ghost pottery, but like if I'd stand behind someone rolling a blunt and I would like guide their hands. Because the leaf, it's bizarre. You have to roll like at a diagonal kind of. Because the leaf, that's how they roll the tobacco in. So the leaf comes out like not a perfect spiral. It's like an elongated, like a ringlet spiral, you know? Yeah, my words are terrible. I roll them with tobacco. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's It depends on the weed. Like, if I'm smoking really nice weed, I won't put tobacco in it because I don't want to ruin it, the taste. Didn't restock before the snow. I didn't know the snow was going to come. I have a Jeep. What snow? I am not trapped by my vehicle anymore. It's great. I know. I need to go today. I'm real. Like, this is it. I ground it up. I think I'm going to pack a bowl. As much as I want to show you guys how to roll a joint, I really don't have enough to roll a nice joint right now. Like, I pretty much have enough for one more bowl, and then I have to go get weed after stream. Can I teach you guys tomorrow or Thursday? Yeah. Yeah. Well, my weed dispensary is like 2 miles from my house. Come on. Not like it's a trek for me. I just gotta go. I know. I want to teach you, but literally, like, I'll show you my grinder. I really don't have enough to roll a significant joint right now. That's all I've got. That's it. It looks really bad color. It is not that color, and I think the pink's offsetting it. That's it. Oh, yeah, let's do it Friday. Ooh, I'm going to put that in my calendar that I don't have out here. I'm going to put it on my Post-it. That's a good idea. I can even maybe get a cigar by then and show you guys how to roll a blunt. I was just about to write with a lighter. That's how my day is going. How's your day? Oh, Katie. Friday. Dude, Knives, you deserve that, though. You've had your ass beat by work lately. Are those little roller devices worth having? How often do you roll? How often do you smoke joints? I would say no. I don't think they burn well because they're meant the way they're. Hold on. Too much things are happening. First off, what the fuck? My sound just went in one ear and out the other. Did I just have a stroke or did that happen to you guys? My audio just went weird. What the fuck? Fox, thank you for the resub. Am I having a stroke? Did reality just stop? Someone say something. Oh, thank God. Okay, we're good. Oh, dude. No, it's totally cool. Have a wonderful sleep, my love. I'm good. Okay, thank fuck. That was really weird. Just making sure. I don't smell toast. That was just bizarre. I went, like, all the sound left my left ear bud, and I only heard it in the right, and then, yeah, I don't, you know what? Faded Friday. We're going to learn how to roll things. Boom. Now I'll put it in my calendar. Post-its are the best thing ever. I don't know why I ever stopped using them. I think I was like PTSD from school. Learning to roll is the rite of passage. I didn't learn to roll for years until I went and visited Amelia, honestly. And just, I didn't have to. Like, I always had a piece, or we used a pop can. We never had enough weed as, honestly, like, until I had my own money and was, like, buying my own weed from a dealer. I never had enough weed to roll a joint. Like, usually we had enough weed for a bowl. You know? We were poor. Why the roach clip? So you can smoke it all the way down. So normally when you roll a joint, you don't put a filter in. You don't need a filter. The filter in a cigarette, you know, is like supposed to make you feel safer. But with weed, there's like nothing dangerous about it. So we don't put a filter in it. So usually the weed is literally all the way to the tip you're holding. So the roach clip is so you can be burning it, like pretend this is a roach clip, and instead of putting your lips on the end of it, you just be like just inhaling the smoke off it. It's literally just to get the very last bit of that joint. what I do instead of like smoking my joints down to the last bit is I save all the roaches and like brush off all the burnt gross parts, and then I empty them all out and roll like a roach blunt at the end. It tastes like ass, but it gets me fucked up because all the melted THC goodness melts to the bottom of that roach, so it's like 10 roaches worth in it. Oof. Ooh. It's disgusting, but it's a good day. But yeah, that's it. It's literally it. If you see them like ladies with the cigarette one, that was just to make their hands not smell, but that's just it. Train tickets? What do you mean? Oh, to hold it? Yeah. Yeah, I wish I had one. I usually have forceps. That's what I was looking for. I always have forceps at my desk. I must have used them. Forceps are what we call in the medical industry, but they are roach clips. Is that him? No, that's scissors. Here. They're covered in spider web because I don't smoke those, but this is a roach clip. It's so fucking tightly closed. Jesus Christ, Catherine. Why would you do this to yourself? It's like on the last thing. Anyways, ignore the spider web on the end, but those are roach clips. So you'd like have the roach in the end, and then you'd keep it like a couple inches from your mouth and just inhale, like suck off of it. I'm a fancy lady. You know? I'm not gonna do it. There's spider webs. Disgusting. Ew. I have tons of these just from work. Like when you work in the ER, you open packs of forceps like for every single patient ever. And you just end up pocketing them and walking away with tons. Ugh. Jesus fuck, they're locked. Holy dick farts. Hold on. This is gonna bother me. I'm gonna bust a nail. Oh! No, I didn't do it. Fuck my ass. I hate this game. This is a terrible time. They're really locked. I haven't used them forever. Oh, there we go. I got them. In the hospital, we use them to like tear out stitches or like tear your clothes off or pull a bullet out of your heart. Or clamp an umbilical cord. Or don't clamp an umbilical cord and let that husband see the ways. Yeah, it depends on your mood. I once remarked to a friend that there's nothing worse than drawing on a... What is that, Sronlin? Spliff? Is it spliff? He said, you've never tasted roach tea? Wait, what is roach tea? Wait, stop it. Do I want to know? He's not making tea. No. Am I gonna puke? Am I gonna puke? They sell forceps with fishing stuff. That makes sense. These would probably work hella good for ripping the hook out of a fish. We always used just like needle nose pliers when I was a kid. Getting the hook out of the cheek or something if you're one of those catch and throw people. Which I totally am. A zoot? I don't think there's an official name for it here. I just called it the roach. Like it was the roach joint. Like I would never make a roach joint if I had friends over. That is not something I would impose on people. That's something you do when you're very sad at night and you can't sleep. No, Stronlin, that is fucking foul. I was going to say, when I was a kid one time, I think I was in high school, I put a joint out in a Diet Coke can in my car, and my sister got in my car and took a big swig of that warm Diet Coke joint water. She was not pleased with me. She'll tell you about it to this day. She's very upset about it. I haven't done it myself. Although, no. I don't even think I've accidentally drank bong water at all. Which don't do. Put it in your plants. Yeah, the lava lamp baffles me. I'm still baffled how it shattered. Was it? No, I just can't. Nope. I can't even consider that right now. I'm gonna pack a bowl. I spilled some of my weed. It's a terrible time. And that's where I was trying to stop. I try to stop before what my nauseating point is. Just so you guys know, that I do have a mental line where, like, I get sickened. I was about to go there. I stopped. You're welcome. Consider it a gift. A quarter is like 3.5 grams. My shop just sells them in grams, so that's all I know. No, 3.5 grams is an eighth, right? Yeah, it's an eighth. Thank you for confirming. An eighth at my weed store is like $14, depending on the the seller. Like, your weed store has its own brand. Mine's Medicine Man, but then there's like Greenleaf, which is like some special weed, and there's what was that other one I had? This guy. So these ones. This is the same. 3.5 grams, 3.5 grams, $14, 40. It's just the brand. It's whoever's selling it. I only get it if it's a super on sale because I reuse these pots. They come in really nice, like ceramic. You can hear that. It's ceramic. Nice ceramic pots that I reuse for stuff. But yeah, but it's the same weed to me. Both get me fucked up. Is live, and now the imposter syndrome has kicked in. Why would the imposter syndrome kick in, Slurm? If you know it's imposter syndrome, then you know you're full of shit. Like, tell yourself to shut the fuck up. You are a badass. Post lava lamp shatter. What was that? I have no idea. Ow. No, I totally feel it. I'm pot calling the kettle black. I'm just here for you. And that's life. That's what all the people say. I become a weeb snob. I've done it. Like when I get like a nice little whatever boost in pay for some reason, extra people came by and subbed. Thank you. I'll buy like the nice weed, and honestly, I just don't think it's worth it. It's okay. Sometimes it like smells, but they all get me fucked up. I just don't see the point. And I'm poor, so here we go. Made in China. I mean, what I was going to say with the lava lamp that is nauseating levels is the only thing I could think of is if it was on. And the difference in temperature between the boiling hot glass and her poon, which I just can't with my ow. Ow. I hate it. Lizzie, I love you, girly. It's pretty nice, Kino. Full legal is, even though it's easy to find weed, like for the most part, when it's illegal, there's something about not having that twinge of, they could arrest me if they want to. Like, if there was something else a cop didn't like about me and found weed on me, they could just bust me for the weed and I could go to prison. Like, for weed. And that's just gone. Like, you can go to a store where there's a bunch of employees professionally selling it. It's kind of a nice psychological relax. Maybe third degree. Oh, God, definitely. I mean, I don't know if it gets boiling hot, though. I used to have a lava lamp. I don't know if I ever, like, touched it. I don't remember it getting, like, boiling hot. I don't think they would let people have something like that in their house, but who knows? Oh, Katie Cat. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much up there. The only thing I can think it's on par, it's not like worse, is, oh, I had a patient who put a curling iron up their hoo-ha and was masturbating, but forgot to unplug it from the wall. And I'm going to let your brain finish the rest of that story because I can't do it without puking. I love pineapple. Gypsy, amen. I actually got Pineapple Express for the first time, and it was fantastic. It was really good.
Go, Pikachu. Come out. I'm gay.
Jack D's 79 tipped $20. Treat yourself, girl. Gobble gobble bitches.
Is that for drugs? Just buy a dildo, David. That's what I say every time. I'm like, the irony is that light bulbs are so expensive these days. Dildos are cheaper on Amazon with the shipping. You know what I'm saying? Isn't weed supposed to chill you out? You're very talkative. Oh, bitch. I Did you guys think I froze? I'm bipolar, manic depressive, the manic side. So weed brings me down to like a maybe normal person's talking level. Uh That's just me, honey boo boo. But since the first day I started streaming, I've been asked what the fuck I'm on. Life. Endorphins. Like a normal person on 10 energy drinks. You know, if you've ever seen the cartoon made for children called The Hedge, I think Steve Carell's in it. Steve Carell voices like the main character or something. The squirrel, that's me. Yeah. Weed just brings me down a little bit. Where do you get your science from? My psychologist. What do you mean? My science? What science? What science? What science? Did I say some science? I'm a little high. I don't remember. Thanks, Mental Jazz. I appreciate that. You guys are the first people in my life to encourage the talking too much, so I think that's why I keep coming back. Squeaky, I feel the same though. Thank you. A super rotary machine. You blinded by the light. I love science. I try not to miss science things. I do have manic bipolar, OCD, and ADHD. I am medicated for them, but the medication just like takes me out of the dangerous levels of me. But I'm still me. You know? I think you're burning your candle faster than normal life. I feel like my candle burned out when I was 30 years old. I've been done. I'm so over it. If reincarnation's real, I quit. I lived a life by the time I was 13. I am done. Done.
Done. With a capital D.
For real. I would like to be dirt now. CPTSD. What does that stand for? If you don't mind me asking. I'm excited for Fun Hell. I mean, I think I'm just this way. I mean, I'm taking this too personally at this point, but for real, I've watched clips of myself when I first started streaming, and I still am this same like erratic mess. So I don't think I've changed. You tell me, Beach. Complex. Oh, thank you. Thank you for elaborating. I do have a fucking DSM within arm's reach, but would I reach for it? No. Rebander. I'm actually 2014. Thank you for thinking I'm young. I'm 33. I'm old. Twitch old. It's fine. I'm okay with it. I'm at peace with it. I take care of my skin and I don't go in the sun. I think you're more chill now. I'm way more comfortable. And I think that's partially just being more comfortable on camera and being more comfortable with you guys. Like we have such an established awesome community that I don't have to worry about you guys like embarrassing me, for lack of a better word. Like you guys are just nice people. You welcome new people into chat and you very kindly alert me when there's someone weird in chat that maybe needs to be watched. Like that makes everything so relaxing, you know? To just know.
I love poo.
Shit though. Thank you. I too love poo. I'm not that high. Do I seem that high? I'm honestly really tired. I haven't been sleeping very well. My lower back is killing me. I don't know what I did, but like the strip of muscle right above my ass crack is so tight. I kind of toss and turn a lot at night and I'm just tired. I apologize if do I seem low energy? Is it the makeup? It might be the makeup too. My makeup kind of makes me look a little squinty. Why do you dye your hair blue? My hair is blue. What the fuck? I'm just kidding. I love poo. Exactly. Jack, no, I'm just Twitch old. Like, if you look at like the top like 30 earners on Twitch, like they're all under like 25. It's fine. It's just Twitch old. I don't feel old. I'm gonna cheers if anybody would like to. Actually, I'm gonna put a dab on it. Where are my dabs? Boop. I've been dyeing my hair absurd colors since I was like 11-ish. I don't know. It's like I've never really been into accessorizing my clothes or jewelry. Like I just don't like to think about that stuff every morning. And I feel like hair is one of those things that's like easy accessory, I guess. Something I can do, like spend a lot of time one day doing, and then for the rest of the month, like I don't really have to think about a lot else. If my hair looks okay, I guess. Doesn't sound good coming out of my mouth, but in my head it sounded good. But yeah, blue's probably my favorite. I've had it every color now, literally, because we dyed it red. I wasn't a really big fan of it, but we did do red. Hi, Toyota Mike. How are you, love? Oh, I'm excited for you. I hope you don't have tum-tum problems anymore. Some people thought I was on drugs because of the dark bags under my circle. Dude, I have huge dark circles under my eyes. I covered them up today with this. I mean, I didn't cover them up. It's a trick. It's nothing. I'll teach you guys someday. I had insane, like, actually, it might be because my dog headbutted my nose now that I think of it. I was going to say, I look like I have black eyes, but my dog did literally headbutt, like, the bridge of my nose this morning. It hurts really bad. It might be that. But the circles under my eyes, I mean, like, lined. I could see the exact outline of the purple under my eye. I was like, am I that tired? What the fuck is going on? Oh, it's definitely Lilith. She's just so flobbly. She, like, has no command of her limbs. So, like, when she's excited, she's just like, ah, and her bowling ball flings into my face, like, while I'm asleep. But it's, you guys probably can't see it because of the lighting, but it's kind of bluish. Like, it's definitely a bruise on my nose. She does. I'm saying. I mean, she wants me dead, but I think that's because she wants to, like, Tom Green me, like, crawl inside my carcass and be me. I don't think it's out of hate. I think it's a weird love, like a weird level of love. Thanks, Fiona. I know. Side. They were. I don't know where they are now. Did I leave them outside? I didn't leave them outside, right? No. It's fine. Floopily? Floopily. I've been inventing words since circa 2000. I love you so much. Let me wear your skin. It is though. Have you guys seen the way she like crawls up my body and then puts her arms around my neck and like she's gonna like hug me into me. Oh, I have lots of pets to take care of. I kind of enjoy it though. I like taking care of things. It's a weird thing. Kind of gives me purpose. Tricky. It's snowing outside, so I was gonna be shocked if they were sleeping because they probably want to go outside. Doctor said I've got an 85% chance of this helping my stomach issues, so I'm ready to get this useless bile storage out of me. I hope it really helps you. Seriously, it's such a minor thing. Like, so many people have it done, and I've heard wonderful stories. I decision paralyzed myself into doing nothing tonight. Oh God, I hate that. Man, that doesn't happen to me for so long. I'm trying to think, how do I get out of it? You know what I usually do, honestly, Slurm, is put on music that I know kind of gets me going. Music has a weird ability to, like, change my mood completely. So if I'm kind of sitting here just feeling like a dud, like, I don't know what to watch, I don't know what to do, I kind of just get the paralyzation thing, I end up putting on music I know I like Missy Elliott or something. I love Missy Elliott. Something like that, I know it puts me in a good mood. Like, if it comes on the radio, it's that song that you just, like, feel that joy come to your eyes. put some of that shit on, and I'll just start to do something along to it, like naturally. I'll drift towards doing something, whether that's cleaning or just moving something or whatever. It tends to it is magic. Music is fucking magic. I truly believe that. I don't know what it is. There's something it does mentally to me. Like it's bizarre. I don't know what it is. I wish I did. I've read a lot of books about it, but it still doesn't make sense to me. Brains are complex. Alan Jackson. I've been really into this band called Rye lately. It's RHYE. Yeah, Rye. There's one song called Black Rain that's really good. John Baptiste has a new album out that's fucking dope. If you like funky kind of soul music, he's amazing. I love that soul, like funky soul kind of. It's like upbeat, but not annoyingly upbeat music. I don't know what kind of genre to put that on. Do you believe somebody could be with you and listen to you? What? No. I don't even want to listen to me. Alan Jackson, Sheryl Crow. Oh my God, Sheryl Crow, no matter what. Anything from back in the day. I don't know any of her new music, but like Strong Enough or even Las Vegas, whatever that era was, any of those. Immediate good mood. There's just some music that does it. Anything by Leonard Skinner, or not Leonard Skinner, Jesus Christ. Led Zeppelin. Leonard Skinner, not terrible, just not my favorite. Led Zeppelin, immediate good mood. I'm glad I make you cackle. Thank fuck. I mean, I don't have a routine for my spare time, but usually what I do, maybe this is another thing, Slurm. I don't know if this would help anybody else, but it does kind of help me to have a project that's kind of a long-term thing. So I look forward to working on it at night, like a painting or cross-stitching or something. I usually have something that I'm kind of looking forward to, something that I can't finish quickly. It's going to take time. Robin Hannibal, yes. Oh, David, they're so good. Were you the one that shared them with me? I think I found them randomly on YouTube, and I went down a YouTube black hole, and I just am obsessed with them. I just finished Secretary for the first time. I'm white, but it was a hot movie, but so messed up. Which one? Is Secretary the one that's like the true BDSM, like the slave master relationship? Because that's such a good movie. If that's the one you're talking about, it's got the Gyllenhaal sister. I feel that, Slurm. I feel that 100%. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and I wonder if I'm just going through the motions waiting to die or waiting for some chaos to mix my life up and make it so I can't go through the motions anymore. And I have to like shake that out of my head. I don't know where that comes from. Because I mean, there is no grand scheme. Like, we just live for the little things, right? But sometimes you get lost in it. Yeah, Maggie and James, that movie. I mean, it's the only movie I've ever seen that depicts like the realist kind of BDSM, for lack of a better general term, relationship in media I've ever seen. Like, that's pretty legit. When you wake up, it's hard to get up? No, my dick is hard every morning I wake up. No, I'm kind of like, I resist sleep in all forms. The moment I'm even slightly awake, I like, oi, 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 oi. I'm ready for the day. And then at nighttime, when I start to get tired, I usually get up and go for a walk to fight it off. I hate sleeping. It's such a waste of time. My hobby has become homework, studying for nursing, or having a mental breakdown over school. Best sleep is my procrastination sleep. I feel that spiritually. I feel that. Squeaky Snake, that's all. I don't know anything current from country. All my country is like, whatever year Indian Outlaw by Tim McGraw came out. That genre of poppy country shit. I could sing half that by heart. My girlfriend waits for me to get blazed out of my mind and starts playing strangely satisfying YouTube videos. I wish someone fed me beautiful content while I was high. I'm not living my life right. 50 Shades was such bullshit. Honestly, when 50 Shades came out, I kept directing people to Secretary. I'm like, do you want to see something actually good? Like, maybe watch Secretary. It's not the best, but it's better. Robin sort of runs in my friend circles, friend of friend sort of thing. I don't know him personally, but was introduced to his work really early on. Oh, that's so dope, though. What a cool experience getting to watch his work grow. Yes. Oh my God. If you find any of it, David, throw my way. I love that music. I love Rye. They're really good. Some drunk crashed into my fence and some tweakers stole my truck's catalytic converter. What the fuck? Did you break a mirror? What have you done? I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ. Oh. I just got in my first Indian music CD. Like India? Like Africa? I love Bollywood. Oh my God, bitches. If you've never like truly embraced Bollywood, you haven't lived correctly. Holy shit. Oh yeah, Rasputina's in my list now. That shit's like in the list that I shared with you guys. Oh yeah. Really? Oh my gosh. I don't think I ever had a crush on Tim McGraw. He looks way too much like my stepdad, who is basically my dad. He raised me. I think my first like celebrity crush, I've never been a boy crazy, crush crazy type person, not to any extent that my friends were, which was really bizarre to me as a kid. But I think my first one was Leonardo DiCaprio or Ja Rule. I ripped their faces out of magazines and put them on my walls with a glue stick. Or Denzel Washington. Oof, this is a hard one. I had a big weddy for Denzel Washington. Still kind of do. I'm gonna get back to you on that one. The drunk tried to fight me? Shut the fuck up. The cops took 45 minutes to come. Are you okay? What the fuck? I didn't realize you were like there present for all of this, let alone getting fucked up. Bollywood's a bit too much for me. There's some that can be overly bubbly, but there's some that's like just beautiful. I mean, it's more like a visual novel than annoying singing of a soap opera. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? There's some better stuff. I know exactly what you're talking about, though. Denzel turned out to be a jerk. Well, I don't know these things. I don't know him personally. I just I think I saw him in that, what was it? Remember the Titans and like discovered masturbation. I don't know. I was like 12. We're talking first crushes. I'm old. Is he a jerk? I didn't know. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. I never remember his name. I just can't remember. I'm terrible with names. Bob Callie, it's so bizarre when I think about it. I definitely did. I had this like weird, like when hormones were kicking in, and I was humping everything in the house. I had this weird time in my life. By the way, Brandon, hail joy and thank you for the resub. Where I would be like, do I want to be her or fuck her? And I could not figure it out. My best example is Callisto from Xena. I was like it was tumultuous. My brain was like a fucking shitstorm of I can't figure this out. Like I can't figure out if I want to grind my strange genitals on her thigh or be her. It was really weird. I didn't know how to differentiate it, so I couldn't even say. Yes, definitely. But at the time, it was more like an idolization. Like, I just love that character. Like, they're so cool. But I just didn't even have words for it. I was raised so rurally. I didn't even know any gay people, like, personally until I was in college. I knew one in high school, but he couldn't come out. Like, he physically could not for fear that his family would disown him and the town would lynch him or something. Like, that's kind of town I grew up in, which is terrible. It's true to this day. It's just a small town environment. They're terrible. So I just didn't even know it. I didn't have the words for what I was feeling. Like, if anything, it was just broken. Like, why do you feel that way towards a girl? Like, that doesn't exist. I didn't have the language for it or the vernacular or anything. So I didn't even know, really. And I had 3 older brothers who are toxically masculine, like, to a fault, to their own detriment, So being raised around that, I just didn't even know. I was just like, if they were like, "Oh, that girl's hot," I'd be like, "I agree," but I'd think it was because I wanted to emulate her. Like I'd be like, "I want to be pretty like that," but really it was like, I want to hold that pretty and put my face in its boobies and treat it nicely. You know what I'm saying? But I just didn't even know. Didn't even have the words for it. I was like, Nell. Shit. Kate Winslet, when I was a teenager, I was so confused. I'm like, do I love women or do I want to be a woman? Same. I love them. I love women. By the way, I figured it out. If anybody was wondering. uh Sitar metal? No. Is it wait, I'm gonna write it down and look it up. I know what a sitar is. I'm curious. You piqued me. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up on chat, sorry. But yeah, that was it. Like I didn't really know I had girl crushes. And I had this really weird experience when I was a kid where I had a crush on a girl. I was really young, like second grade, like 7 years old maybe. And we were like playing house in my bedroom with the door closed, and my mom burst into the room like violently and bellowed at the top of her lungs. She was scared we were like doing dirty things. And she like scared me away from girls. Like I still to this day have issues maintaining just a female relationship because I'm like fucking horrified of women. They scare the shit out of me to this day. It was a weird time. So that immediately like, you know, I kind of had a weird moment with that too. Most of my life. They still scare me. Oh, knives. I didn't have a door on my bedroom for a long time because we weren't allowed to have closed doors. And I love to close my door because God forbid we have privacy. I had the same thing with the added factor of being trans and raised very religious. Oh, bless your fucking soul, Malice Sparks. You fucking honey, you bitch. I'm so sorry. Being gay at my school, at my joke, being gay was a joke at my school. See, and I'm granted, I'm like 9 years older than you, but it was mostly the biggest deal because we were just such a small school. Like my high school had less than 200 kids in it as total, ninth grade through 12th grade. And so it just, we had no exposure. And this was like, you know, the early 2000s. Like I don't think gay was really represented in media much, you know. And if it was like after NSYNC broke up, everybody was like, Lance Bass is gay. Like that was a bad thing. Like that was all you heard. So it wasn't something you wanted to be. But my best friend in high school, AJ, was very effeminate. And he used to get, people would say horrible things to him. And I got in a few fights. I don't fight people for myself, but I will fight for a friend. Fuck that. I don't deal with that shit. I'm sorry you feel that, Gypsy. That makes me really sad. I hope no one identifies with the story I just told because it's not a fun time. But yeah, we just had nobody. I mean, you weren't different, you know? Like, different wasn't a thing. Everybody was white. Half the town had the same fucking last name. Like, ugh. I got out of there fast. Jimmy Carr is clever. He can be so offensive and somehow not. It's bizarre. I don't motorboat, but it's like my face being surrounded by hot, squishy flesh of the titty. It's just comforting. I like to hide my face. Like sometimes I sleep with a hoodie on and I completely hide my face. I like to be in the dark. I'm sorry, Squeaky. I hope not. I liked Zeke. Liked past tense. This is news to me. Wow. 2 out people in a class of 2,000. Damn. Damn. Oh, I know, and I love his laugh because I too have an ugly backwards laugh. Like the gasp. Me and all my sisters, I don't know how we did it, but we all developed the same ugly gasping laugh where you laugh inwards, and he does the same and he makes fun of it, and I just I'm like, "Thank you. Thank you for making me not feel like a freak." Cheers. His laugh is adorable. It's perfection. It's so funny. His laugh makes me laugh. And that's great. As long as you're not like laughing at someone in a cruel way. You know, it's so weird. I was watching we were watching reruns, Zach and I, the man I liked. We were watching SNL reruns last night, and we watched one where Louis C.K. the old CK. He was hosting, and literally 100% of his jokes are race jokes about black people. And he's arguably one of the whitest humans I've ever seen. I don't know how. I never watched SNL during these years. I think that's why. I just didn't think it was very funny. I didn't get it. I didn't catch this stand up. I think it was right before he got actually outed as being creepy. But like, nah, I didn't like it at all. It was unfunny. And there was actually a couple of black musicians behind him, part of the SNL band, like 100% stone face, not laughing. I was like, wow, you're bad. This is terrible. I get why people didn't like you. Like, I get it now. I didn't watch much of his stuff before. I'd never really seen his stand-up and stuff. Not really my taste. I'm not, he does, as far as I knew, he did, like, family humor about his kids and stuff. I don't have kids, so I didn't relate. But, like, it was weird. What's it like living with someone? What do you mean? Have you ever had a roommate? It's similar. But we only have one bathroom. I mean, I think the best example of living with someone is sometimes you have a bad day, and when you get home at the end of the day, you use your last CBD bath bomb, in the bath, fill the bath up all the way to the top with steamy hot water, you light a bunch of candles, you put on Frozen on your iPad, and 5 minutes into your very relaxing bath, your significant other comes in the door and says, I need to shit, and sits 3 inches from you and takes a shit, and I'm quoting, that looked like an ice cream cone, but took about 15 minutes to get out because it was so hard and painful. That's what it's like to live with someone. Oh, but then they flush and you just continue your bath. I forgot that part. Does that make sense? Yeah, he narked on Pete Davidson. He's a douche. It was a really great bath for like 5 minutes. It's Good night, David. Sleep well, honey boo boo. That was it, literally. Like, what else do you do though? You can't. I mean, what do you do? I do that for anybody. It doesn't matter who I'm living with. If you had to take a dangerously painful shit and I was taking a mystical bath, I'd be like, get in here and take a fucking shit. I'll close the shower curtain, turn the fan on. We'll put some loud music on. Oh, the shitter. Someone just asked me a question. They asked me, what is it like to live with someone? And I told them the story of you needing to shit while I was taking a bath and me walking you through it verbally. No, they just said live with someone, but you're the person I lived with, so I said that was the best. I wouldn't do that. Okay, Zach would not do that for a roommate. Now I'm that emote. Oh God. Yeah, that's been my relationship in every roommate situation I've ever had, though. I think it's not like unique. Like there's just gonna be weird, awkward shit that comes up, and you got to be chill and just like help them out. You know, roommate, significant other. Well, I was looking at it as a whole. I wouldn't live with someone I didn't know. I'd probably live with a friend. So like, I'm not considering a roommate a stranger. I guess maybe that's me. Am I weird? Is that weird? Who is this Zach you refer to? Exactly. Really? Is it just because you'd be nervous? Dude, Toyota, for real, though. For real, for real. You know what's funny? Like 2 years ago, Pete Davidson did an interview on Hot Ones, and Sean asks him a question. He says, "What's it like to have Kanye West on the show?" And Pete Davidson like sits there for a second and he goes, "It's pretty much Kanye's show when Kanye's there." And now he's fucking Kim Kardashian. And the full circleness of life is just beautiful. Also, can we talk about how he's 3 years younger than me? Or 5? I think he's 5 years. I think Pete Davidson's like 28 years old. I hate it. Both figuratively and literally all the time. It's only awkward if you make it exactly. Like, if you have the ability to just laugh and smile shit off, granted, I worked in an ER, so I have, like, extra ability, and nothing's awkward. It's just life. Everything happens to everybody, you know? Like, sometimes your SO is gonna have a fucking boil on their back, and you get to pin them down and rake that shit open, and they're gonna scream and cry, and it's gonna be so satisfying. And sometimes they get to do it back. And that's life. That's what all the people say. I've lived in dorms. I only lived in the dorm once. It was terrible. Oh, I'm totally a popper. From birth. Oh, bitch, gimme that shit. Oh, don't walk around me with a pimple on your back. I don't care who you are, I'll pin you down. I don't give a fuck. Ooh, you're gonna make a bath? Yay! Malice Sparks, that sounds wonderful. I don't have any bath stuff. Like, I'm out of bath stuff. Yeah, all the stuff. Bath bombs and shit. Literally, I used my last one during this shit bath. It was a great time. My dog, my little void. I love them. I tend to pop that stuff myself. Well, I mean, you know, I'm sure you've like had one you couldn't reach on your back or something, or one that just hurt and you asked your significant other to get it. You've never had that? I had like a blackhead on my back. I used to, facts, but I kind of got over them. Like when they first came out, I went buck wild. I was like, holy shit, I can watch hours of zit popping. But now I just feel like it's the same shit over and over. I got really bored. I got over it. And I got into healthcare where you get to pop things way worse. So, you know, it's like going back to holding hands once you've fucked. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, most people are gonna pop their own zits on their face and shit if they see one, but every once in a while you get a nasty shit on your back or something. I'm here for it. I think that shit's so much fun. It's disgusting. Hi, Rabbit Ray Love. Oh, boo. Jack, I mean, does it matter? Logistics don't mean anything anymore. Look at the world. It's on fire. Dude, Brandon, I did too. Granted, I have a few scars, but I wasn't just the type of kid to pop a pimple. I was the type to dig into my face for 3 hours. So I do have some scars, but I don't know why. I don't know what part of my psychosis that was part of, but like I'd pop a pimple and be like, I didn't get it all, and just like rake my face open. You can't see them, they're very light. I mean, it's just shit I can see and be like, I remember doing that to myself. And you can't stop. Like I can't stop. It's like scratching a mosquito bite raw. You just can't stop. The guy's nose. Was it a blackhead covered nose? This is my boy Trickster. He's our void. Normally you can't see him because he's so dark. He absorbs all the light. Anxiety is the base of OCD, absolutely. I mean, at my base, I'm a ball of anxious. Why does my whole hand just go inside? Hi, Young. You know your relationship's going well when you're comfortable asking each other to check your butthole for medical reasons. Word. I don't know if I'd ever be comfortable to ask anybody to look at my butthole. I don't know. I have a problem asking for help, though. Usually the only reason I'd ask anyone to get anything on me is because I can't reach it and it itches. Help! Help! That one spot! Help! Like that, but usually I find a wall. There's a dog. I know, right? I know. You just thought my leg was bent at a cool angle, huh? I had to pop a pimple like 5 times to get all that shit out the other day. Dude, those are my favorite, though. Like, as disgusting as they are, it's so satisfyingly gross. I'm a sick person. I'm the person, like, when I get a pimple, as long as it's not, like, on the tip of my nose, I get, like, sad happy. I'm like, oh, bitch, this is gonna be fun, but gross. Oh, I'm gonna have a scar. But I'm real excited to fucking rake you out. It's kind of sick. It's a little sick. Oh, yeah, but when you finally get it all out and, like, the root of a pimple comes out and you feel that release of pressure, like, in your face, anybody that knows, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you don't know and you think I'm being gross, consider yourself lucky. You've never had a cystic pimple. Wow. It's incredible. Thank you, Angel. A box of insulin syringes and use them to pop the pimples? Am I a monster? As a medical professional, I will not advise anyone uses a sharp object on their flesh. As a ClassyKatie, I use safety pins. So you do you, boo-boo. I also have a collection of scalpels. But as a medical professional who has learned about the dermis, please go to professional. You can cause horrible scarring and infection. Don't be me. I take it Trick is more attached to you and Lilith to Zeke. Honestly, I think it's even. I think they just go back and forth between us and they like to look at like whoever's being the most interesting. Like if Zach's like loud and boisterous and he's, yelling and having a good time, then they'll go check him out. Cause half the time when I'm done streaming, I'll go down the hall and they're laying in his doorway. They like to lay behind that green screen. You guys don't see them because of his green screen. 90% of the time they're laying behind it. I think they don't like to lay at his feet because A, he will not allow them under his desk. It's very small. And that's where he has like his computer boxes. So he doesn't let them under there. And poodles notoriously like to be under things. They like to be covered. They don't like bright lights. And his lights in his office are blinding. Let me tell you, like my lights are like a quarter of what his are. They are so bright. It's just what you have to do to make a green screen work, which sucks. I used to love the popping subreddit. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, because I've just kind of it's gotten old to me. Like it all looks the same. I just, at first it's like, there was nothing like that. Where else could you go watch a nose be popped of like a pound of pus? But now it's like, oh, another nose, another blackhead. Goody. This is the other poodle, by the way. They're virtually the same size. But this one is not black, so she shows up on camera. My poor boy. He absorbs all of my love and all my light. And they trust to send you home with a bunch of needles and a bunch of other scary things. Oh, yeah. I mean, they don't give a fuck. Yeah. I actually still have probably a box of like 30 ABG kits. Because when you do ABGs in the hospital, you always bring 2 kits just in case you missed the first time. And I never missed. Not tooting my own horn. I was just kind of good at it. So I always came home with another ABG kit. I have boxes of them. What the fuck am I going to do with ABG kits? I'm waiting for the zombie apocalypse. My girl. I had an abscess on my back. My sister, who is now a nurse, was like, oh, hell no. You ain't going to a doctor. This is mine. Your sister might be me. I might be your sister. Then proceeded to operate. To be fair, she did an amazing job. Packed it with everything. I am so phenomenally jealous. Damn. I am so jealous. I've never got to personally pop anything like that. The worst I ever got to do was like a hand cyst at work. And I don't have a horn to toot. My weird poodles. These are my toots. Wow. There's that dermatologist that a YouTube channel with some epic pops. Is that like literally Dr. Pimple Popper? I've watched them all. Like I've watched the Instagram ones for years. They all kind of started looking exactly the same. And as a person who gets bored easily, I got bored. Imagine. I moved on. Thank you, Berserker. I tried to do something new today. It kind of looks like a sunset, I think. What are you doing? My dogs are being so needy. What time is it? It's like you guys know. Sometimes they drive me fucking insane. But what would I do without them? What would I do? What would I do? I sure like I love Trick's orc teeth when he's happy. Do they sleep a lot during the day? Yeah, they sleep a lot in general. They're kind of like a sprinty type dog, I would say. Like they get like spurts of energy. Like if I bring them outside and I'm not streaming, so they can just free reign, it's usually like 5 minutes total of actual physical activity, and then they just flop. And then they'll get up like in an hour, couple minutes, and then they flop. They're definitely like not stamina dogs, if that makes sense. Yes, it is the way. And I totally identify with it, to be honest. I can only sit for like an hour at a time, and then I gotta get up and burst some energy out. There's never a peaceful moment. Nighttime. Nighttime's amazing. Like, once it's like, I would say by like 9 p.m., they're zonked. Especially this one. She's like a zombie. Like, imagine a child you can't wake up in the morning, so you kind of have to drag them out of bed, and their eyes are half closed, and they're drooling. That's this girl. She's hilarious. She usually, because I'm chilling out here, like feeding my spiders, she usually passes out on the couch. And then to get her to like move to the bedroom, she'll like moan and have to stretch for 20 minutes and kind of roll over and look at you. Like, once they're asleep, they love to sleep. They sleep all night long. Yeah. Yeah. But they wake me up pretty much at the exact same time every single day. Nicely. Like, they're not mean about it. They just like yawn and shake, and I can hear them. But no, nighttime's great. Once 9 p.m., I mean, they're just like slugs. Getting them to go outside is like a chore. Like, if one of us doesn't go outside with them, they'll sit with that person and just like, I don't want to go. They're super lazy if they have the choice. But then now, see, now they're gonna have like this 15 minutes of just like. Honestly, what I would say is I would agree with you that there's no peace, except that we got two. I don't know what the fuck I would do or what my mental state would be if I only had one. Because all of this energy would be taken out on me. I'd be done. I'd be fucking cracking at my seams. They battle each other and fight each other and play with each other constantly. And it's just wonderful because they have that. Like, and they're this, they're both puppies. They're from the same litter. So they have the same energy, whereas I definitely am not going to be on all fours running at the speed of light like these things. Can you imagine if kids had to be taken outside to pee and poop? No. I mean, it'd be hilarious, but no. One of the things I like about them, between their fur style and how they move, it's like two Muppets, absolutely. I mean, the way that, like, Lilith, when she gets excited, her whole body, like, wiggles out of control, and her hips flop back and forth, and her face starts going. It's like watching the wave in a crowd. Like, it starts at her ass and moves up her face, and then her face is like... They're the second most intelligent dog in the world, but they look hilarious. And they're goofballs. I like that. Oh, she's humping her brother, and very dominant. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. That's my girl. Winning. It's all that tiger blood.
Welcome to the class hole.
These guys are kind of the opposite. They like if one wants attention, then the other wants attention. But if neither of them want attention, then neither one wants attention. Yeah, it's hilarious. Crispy, did you like that dog porn? You're welcome. There was no insertion. It's a female. Exactly. It's like hilarious and majestic. Because when they go into like hunter mode, and they sprint at full speed, they are very elegant and they like lope like gazelles. And you're like, wow. But then they realize there's no prey and they try to stop. and their face is like, and they slow motion just fall and do like a barrel roll in the grass, and their eye skin is flopping, so their eyes look insane, and their tongue's out of their mouth. This girl accidentally bites her own tongue all the time. It just like hangs out of her mouth. They're abusively comical to watch just on their own. I mean, even when they sleep, they both sleep on their back with their mouths open and their tongues lolling out identically, both of them. It's something out of a comic book or a movie, but they actually do it. Like Trick actually buries bones in my couch. They're hilarious. I love them. True facts, true facts. Lilith is definitely the dominant dog. Trick is such a pussy. He can't live without me. I love him though. Speaking of, it's about that time and the light is still out and it's snowing. So I think I'm going to take my dogs outside and play with them a little bit. Cuz it's really nice outside and I need to go get weed desperately. I'm out. So if you could all cheers in my name, that'd be really great. I got to go buy weed. It's only 2 miles down the road. It's really not a chore. It's just a something. If anyone's familiar with this, he's an affectionate eater. But you know how you generally can't touch cats with their eating? He's the opposite. He wants attention while he's eating. Oh, that's so weird. That's so opposite. That's so opposite from anything I've ever known in my life. That's adorable though. You know, when we got these guys, I've had puppies and dogs my whole life, so I was pretty aware of how to like make a dog nice. But Trick showed food aggression once. I saw him growl over his food, and literally for months, I think the first 6 months of his life, he had to eat his food with my hand in it. Every day he'd go to eat, I'd fucking bury my hand in the food, and he'd just look at me. I'm like, would you like to try me, bitch? Never again. He's never in his life been food aggressive since that moment. But that's like the shit you gotta do. You gotta like nip it when they're really young, because especially with a big dog that's got a big mouth, I never wanted that to be a problem. I never want to own a dog that I have to like be wary of a child petting them. I want any kid of any age to be able to walk up and pet my dog. Like all the time. Any person. But mainly like, kids can get scared from a bark, and I don't want kids getting scared from my dogs. Ever. The videos of people barking at their dogs and the dogs look shocked and offended. What? My dogs don't bark at me, but they talk. Like Trick will do like at me, and I'll go, "What's that?" And then he'll just stare at me with eyes. I don't know what he's saying, but it's adorable. Cats feel vulnerable while eating. They often appreciate someone close by to guard them. Oh, my heart. Dogs are kind of the same. I mean, a lot of people like to make jokes about dogs staring at you while they pee or poop, but it's literally like they are in their most vulnerable moment and their most vulnerable, like, everything. And they're looking at you like, if something tries to kill me while I'm pinching this turd off, you gonna help, right? Like, they're literally looking at you for protection. And people will like make fun of them. Or I've heard people be like, I just feel gross when he looks at me. I don't want him to look at me while he's pooping. I'm like, bitch, he thinks he's gonna get eaten. You are human. Stop anthropomorphizing your animals. Lord. Or just be able to see the room, right? Cats, that's so sad that cats feel vulnerable, though. It's so funny that cats could feel vulnerable because cats are, like, so scary to someone like me that respects them. Cats, like, if I walk into a house with cats, I immediately put on this subdominant. I'm like, I am not a dominant person in this house. If there's a cat, you win. Where are you? Immediately. Because they got claws and teeth, man. Cats will eat Nana. It's better to have the bowl in a way they can have their backs to the wall. That actually makes a lot of sense. I kind of like that. I might change my bowls around. Yep, I literally just found who we're gonna host. Because I gotta go buy weed before it's dark. I don't want to drive when it's dark. Not because I'm afraid of the snow. I'm afraid of other people in the snow. People are dumb. They do look at me for everything, but they definitely get some really intense eye contact while they're shitting. I mean, like, puppy dog eye contact. I'd love to, please don't attack Kevin. You might die. Please don't do that. Electron pants to respond to their owner. I believe that. There's a really cool special on Netflix you can watch that goes over the evolution of how wolves kind of domesticated into dogs alongside humans' evolution, just by chance. You know, learning that if they stayed near humans and didn't kill humans, they'd probably get scraps to eat, and that kind of did it. It's really, really fascinating. Obviously, I'm not saying near enough details. Go check it out. I'm gonna host my friend Elbel and go get some fucking weed. Tomorrow, Wednesday, I do have a doctor's appointment in the middle of the day. I gotta double check what time it is, but I will keep you guys posted on the twits and all that. It's just a psych appointment, but it's over the phone, and you always end up waiting. I just never know how long they're gonna be, so I gotta check that out. But Thursday, we're gonna continue Resident Evil Village, which is so scary I got too high to play it, just to give you any basis of what that game is. And then on Fated Friday, I'm gonna teach everyone how to roll blunts and joints. Amazing. It's gonna be fun though, for real. I'm excited. So that's it. That's our plans for the week. And then that's all I got so far. Pray that my internet and power doesn't go out with the amount of snow we're being pummeled with right now. And be really nice to my friend Elbel. Otherwise, I'll fucking find you. Stay classy. Pee after sex.